afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Best Bet Live on all of our platforms, on Twitch, on YouTube, and of course on Facebook. I'm Arlie Johnson, and we are getting prepared for the Card Player Poker Tour's $2,500 No Limit Hold'em main event. For this main event, we had 339 players. We had an incredible prize pool, total prize pool of $759,360. And out of those 339, we are now down to the final table. And that is what we are going to bring for you today on our live stream. So with that, let's introduce you to our final 8 in the Card Player Poker Tour's $2,500 main event. We'll move around the horn from seats 1 through 8. We'll start in the 1 seat. He comes from Winter Garden, Florida. His chip count sits at 675,000 right now. Please welcome Jeremy Joseph. In the 2 seat, coming down from Arlington, Tennessee, and he's had success at this final table and has been at this final table before. He sits with 1,385,000 in chips. A round of applause for Kyle Cartwright. In the 3 seat sits one of our 2 locals, hailing from Atlantic Beach, Florida. He is currently 2nd overall in chips. He has 1,920,000. A warm welcome for Ben Scroggins. In our 4 seat, representing the ladies at the table, she has a chip count of 1,860,000, currently 3rd in chips overall. She is from Lake Worth, Florida. Please welcome Jessica Kai. We will skip the 5 seat and now move to the 6 seat. One of our other locals, currently the short stack with only 175,000 in chips, but those things can change in a hurry. All of you know that. Right here in Jacksonville, please welcome Mac Johnson. In the 7th seat, he has come down all the way from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He has a chip count of 1,115,000. Please welcome Joe Crowley. The 8th seat sits our chip leader. He has 2,435,000 in chips. He has also been at this final table before and is here again looking to find a way to get the trophy this time. He comes from Murrells Inlet, South Carolina. Please welcome Dustin Doc Holiday. And rounding out the field today, from our 9 seat, he comes from right down I-10 from Tallahassee, Florida. His chip count is exactly 600,000. A warm welcome for Lamar Davis. Everybody, congratulations again for making it this far. You have already guaranteed yourself no worse than 8th. The next person out will finish with $20,081, but obviously that's not what you're playing for. You're looking for the grand prize up top. First place today for capturing the Card Player Poker Tour's main event will be $158,915. Good luck to all of you. We will resume play with 30 minutes and change left at blind level 30,000 ante, 15,000 small blind, 30,000 big blind. Kurt Chewy is our dealer to start things off. We'll also have Chase Fuller coming in later. Button begins in the 2 seat. Good luck, everyone, again. Chewy, shuffle up and deal.
Welcome, everyone, to the final table of our $2,500 Card Player main event. You hear it right there. Tournament Director Arlie Johnson bringing in the final table lists. You've got myself, Dustin Shacklock, and Johnny Pham in the booth. We're happy to be here with you guys. Thanks for joining. 158,000 up top. Let's get after it. First hand of the night.
What's up, boys and girls? How are you all doing in the Facebook chat, YouTube chat, and Twitch? Again, guys, we had a total of 339 players for this event, bringing a total prize pool of $759K, paying out 43 spots down to the final 8.
That is insane. What a value. 160K up top for a $2,500 value. Didn't quite get $1 million in the prize pool, but still got 3/4, got $750K.
I mean, that's a lot to play for. So first place is 158K. That's a pretty big, significant chunk of change there.
These guys put in a full weekend of work here at Best Bet Jacksonville. Day 1A started on Friday, Day 1B on Saturday, and then they played all day yesterday down to the final 8. Brought him back today. And you're looking at our finalists as Jessica C picks up Big Slick in the big blind, facing a button open from Kyle C. Jessica been dominating most of this field over the past 2 days.
I saw the run out that I got her the chip lead pretty later during day 2, which she had busted 2 guys with pocket jacks, sending her stack above 1.5 million K.
Wow.
So now she's sitting pretty at the final table with 1.8 million chips.
Jessica with the 3-bet here takes it to 140K over the top of Kyle C. Once again, we are at 15K, 30K blind levels. Kyle C in kind of a tough spot here with the Jack-9 offsuit in the button. Pretty standard button open over 2 blinds. He just happened to run into it as Jessica C is going to take down the first pot of the night. And we are off, ladies and gentlemen. $2,500 card player main event final table.
And still running pure. First hand to the final table, getting ace-king.
Right? What's
taking
better
down
than
the
that?
first pot. Absolutely.
Doesn't get better than that. Thanks for everyone that participated over the past week. This is the final event in our Card Player Poker Tour. It's been a wild weekend here at Best Bet Jacksonville.
It's been a wild week, both cash and tournament.
That's right. That's
the
right.
whole room was on fire with action.
Joseph C picking up ace-9 suited under the gun. 8-handed, pretty much a standard open here. He makes it 65K. Just over a min click. He's going to get through the queen tray and the ace-4. Jamie J going to dump off the 9-deuce suited. Ben looking like he might defend here on the button with 7-6 suited. Ben Scroggins here, another Jacksonville native.
I got some interesting stats for her, for Ben Scroggins here.
Jessica in kind of a weird spot here in the small blind with queen jack off. Looks like she's going to make the call. Mac Johnson, who came into the final table as our short stack, going to get out of the way with the queen 6 suited. Hopefully, his strategy here is to hope that somebody else busts and he can simply ladder up. Pretty big flop here for Ben. Flopping top pair with a gutter ball to the nuts.
I think Ben should 100% be betting this. That range is pretty much out of Jessica's hands and also Joseph's hands. So I think he'll get this pot uncontested. No pair, no draw for either player.
No pair, no draw, just a couple of overcards. Nobody wants to go bust this early in the final table, you know. This is all about just kind of preservation and laddering up at this point. Not when you have somebody like Mac in the game with 6 big blinds. You know, everyone's just kind of sweating, waiting for him to bust.
So Ben Scroggins started his first tournaments out in 2015. He played our first college tournament. And since then, he's played over 200 tournaments here at Best Bet, and he's racked himself quite a lot of stats. I know he won one down south for a big chunk. I'm gonna go ahead and hit up his handed mob. Actually, can you do that for me? Can you look up his handed mob?
That was the Heartland Poker Tour main event in Daytona. I think it was an $1,100 event in Daytona.
And ever since then, he's been on a tear, going deep in a lot of events. So Ben right now has a total live earnings of $206,000. He actually won our World Poker in an event during World Poker Tour in 2019 and scored a 40K score. So that was his last big cash. And again, like the Heartland Poker Tour, he won first place for 94K. But Mac J, he's going to get some action.
Mac J looking for the double up here. The ace-5 suited versus the 9-6 out of the big blind from Joseph C. Joseph C very live. As you can see, he's got 40% equity, no longer.
Ace in the window.
Picks up a little equity on the turn. Can't get there. Mac J going to get the double up 3 hands into this final table.
He's not out of the woods yet. He's still pretty short. He's still going to be in that push-up mode, so.
Yeah, as you can see, that's going to bring Mac to about 280,000 with blinds at
1530.
1530. Yeah, he's still got some work to do. Just over 9 bigs. Mario Harper says, yes, sir, in the chat. That's right. AADO in the Twitch chat. I'll drop those for you guys right now. There we go. Looking at him all the way down to 8th place. The 8th place finish in this final table will take home a cool 20K. Wow, look at Joseph C. just waiting in the wings with the red queens and the small blind. Oh, Mac dodges a huge bullet right there.
Yeah, queen 10 short stack. Even on the button, it's not a very playable hand. Can't really limp. You can't really raise or go all in. So you gotta pick a better spot.
Nick from Yuma says, "Where's Fausto out? I literally just dropped him off at the airport. He go." Steve Hanna joining the YouTube chat. What's up?
Pretty good run out for queens.
Queens way out in the lead. 87% of the available equity.
Spots like this, a hardwood size slightly small. 50K is a good sizing.
Keeps the pressure on with the queens, takes it down, and the button moves. Like we said, nobody wants to be the first one to bust on the final table when you've got a 9 big blind stack sitting behind you. I imagine we'll see quite a bit of pretty tight, pretty ABC play until we lose 1 or 2, and then I think we're going to get things wide open.
Just for now. For the moment. Just for now. We're in a hammer now.
These are 40-minute levels, correct, John?
No, we had a fine freaking.
Yes, we played 40-minute levels all the way through the tournament. Starting stack for this event was 30K.
In the entire field, and we still had just a blast.
Oh, Jeremy, pocket jacks now. A couple of hooks under the gun.
I've had this streak recently where it's like every time I get a great starting table, I run terrible. But like every time
GT Jack in the Twitch chat. What's up, Jack?
maybe I'm gonna start rooting to play with all pros from now on.
But he got a nice chip stack there. Got over 2 million in front of him.
Jessica Kai is using her timings pretty well. She's not auto mucking. She's taking a second or two before actually folding.
Lamar D picking up 7-5 suited in the big blind, facing the min click from Jeremy J under the gun with 2 jacks. Lamar with about 540,000 behind. It's 30 more to call. There's 135 in the middle. He's going to make the call, and we're going to go heads up to the flop. Lamar, the short stack in the hand. Lamar just flops the open ender. Overcard on the board for Jeremy, the king of hearts. Jeremy's going to click it back and give Mario the free roll, and Lamar, and he just binks it right on the turn. Flops the open ender, gets there on the turn, gets the check mark. As the short stack in the hand, he's trying to make a move.
Yeah, he's going to try to put a little money in this pot to get some value out of Jeremy and then try to get as much value here on the river. So he does want to get called here. Doesn't want to scare him off, but he does want to put some money in the pot.
As you can see, Lamar's got the check mark, got the hand locked up. Jeremy cannot win, has 0 outs. Lamar does take a little bit of a big sizing, leading out here for 90. Jeremy makes the call here with 2 jacks.
Yeah. The question is, do you go for value or you try to ship it all in and try to make it seem like a bluff? So he likes to ship it all in, which I do like. Going all in here does feel kind of bluffy.
A little bit of an overbet here. Lamar bet 420 into about 350.
Now, at this stage in the tournament, ICM is
Paramount.
paramount. So between the difference between 8th and 7th place is about 5,600, and incrementally it'll increase about 7 or 8,000 on the next spot. So it's very important for some of these short stacks to go bust before you make any large decisions.
Looks like Jeremy trying to figure out why Lamar would put in the overbet here with a 7. It does look pretty bluffy. I think Jeremy might be looking to pay him off here.
Hearts do miss. Looks like he's trying to size to where how much you would have left if he does make this call. Oh, he does make the call.
Oh, wow, he does make the call. Nick from Yuma, I guess there's your answer.
So I like the all-in move there. It does seem very bluffy. So Lomar with a full double.
Jeremy rockets his hand into the muck instead of turning it face up in an all-in situation. That's unfortunate. We do know per TDA guidelines that any all-in hands need to be displayed.
Yeah, they all must be tabled if you're all in and has been called. Now Jeremy is sitting at the short stack with barely 100K.
So Mac might have just free rolled a ladder spot here. Jeremy now extremely short, got about 3.5 big blinds.
Well, he's in the big blind now, so.
Ooh, put in 2 of those big blinds, got about 1 big blind left. Gonna cost you 60K just to see it.
I think Jeremy's kind of wishing he might have just shipped it all in on the turn there rather than calling off.
Lamar's saying, let's get it, you know. We're just going to put in a raise here. Jeremy, actually not the worst hand when you have a big blind and a half left. He's got a suited cards with some equity.
So Jeremy with not many options, but it is a nice hand. He is live. It's a gapper. It is suited.
Oh, it went all in 9, call 1.
All right, Jeremy at risk. Well, catches the 8.
Ooh, got the 8.
And does double.
Unfortunately, when you get that short and you get a double, you're still in pretty bad shape.
So Lamar gives just a little bit back to Jeremy, and but he is still live.
Jeremy's going to pick up a quick 75K right there. Going to put him back around 180,000, about 6 bigs, precisely 6 bigs. He is in the small now, so 5.5. So now I was just talking to somebody about this spot. Now Jeremy has all the power, right? He has all the control because he's already going to get that last place money. He's supposed to be gambling pretty hard in this spot where everyone in the middle of the field should be looking to tighten up, hoping that he busts.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much you can do with 1 to 8 bigs.
Absolutely. I love getting it in there with 8-5 suited. It's fine.
So Mac, a pocket pair. He is still kind of short, but do you try to ladder? Do you try to double? Decides to give him up. Dustin with the 10-9 off. Gonna mix it up a little bit. Now Dustin is our chip leader.
Dustin looking to gamble a little bit with the 9-10 offsuit. I like it.
Kyle's going to defend his big blind with Queen 8. Decimal middle pair, definitely should see bet.
Alex, or Ajax 311 says, how big was the field?
We had a total of 339 players. Prize pool at $759,360. We paid out 43 places. Now we're down to the final 8.
The final 8. It all comes down to this. These guys all had, what, about 16 hours in between wrapping up the final day to come back to go rest, recalibrate, fuel up, and get back here. What did we bag them up at? Around 11 last night? 10 or 11?
No, way early. We bagged them up. They reached the final 8 at about 7:30, so about 7 hours of play.
Oh, wow. So these guys had about 21 hours to rest and get their game face on.
Yeah, we brought back 62 players for day 2.
Action on Jeremy now on the button with just over 5 big blinds. Going to get rid of the 10-8 offsuit. Battle of the blinds, Kyle C. and Ben S. Ben might be looking to punish here with ace-5 offsuit. He also might just take a flop in this spot.
No, I think you would want to raise here.
Ben going to go for it, looks like. Goes big. Goes the full 3x and gets the fold.
Yeah, ace-5 is not a real hand that you want to go to showdown with. There's just so many hands that could beat you. So if you can pick up some blinds with hands like that and stay active, that'll be healthy for your stack.
Should've made that bet. I called it. That bet was on. Oh, we said wall, didn't we? I know, would have called it. Oh.
Looks like action's going to start on Mac this hand. One of the shorter stacks in the field. Mac picking up the Jack-4 suited. Puts it in the muck. Joseph C with ace-9 off. Also going to dump it. This is kind of what we were saying, these guys in the middle. These middle stack kind of guys. These guys should be tightening up a little bit.
Well, I think we're still early in the final table, too. We're only on hand number 5 or 6, and so they're still kind of gauging to where how they're going to be, how active they're going to be, what kind of ranges they're going to take. So I think they're just watching for now, not trying to get too involved, not to try to get too splashy. But I think Kyle has taken the initiative, and he's the one that has been the most aggro at the table.
This time he's got a real hand to back it up. Last time he raised Jessica C's big blind, she woke up with big slick. Let's see if she's going to find the defend here with 5-4 offsuit.
I mean, it's only a min click.
She does.
She's in the big blind.
We are going to see
Definitely
a
okay
flop.
to see a flop. Total whiff. He's just pumping this check fold mode. Kyle's probably going to be either betting or check betting. Yeah. Oh, pair of 5s now for Jess. She can rep anything now. But she's going to check call for showdown value.
She did pick up some showdown value. She's going to want to just get to the river as cheaply as possible. Looks like that's going to happen. Queens and 5s with a 9. She's going to get the check mark.
I don't think she needs to bet in the spot. I think she's just go in check call mode.
I would imagine she would go into check call mode, but look at this.
60.
Itty bitty bet. Kyle might exploit here and just go over the top. You could also call with ace high. But I think now he's thinking about raising.
Looks like Kyle might make the call here. Look her up with ace high. He has worse showdown value. Just going to show the hand. It looks like she thinks she lost, but she's actually going to pick up a cool 135K. Sean Hunter in the chat. I feel like we have sound on our end.
Yeah, we do have sound on Facebook. It sounds clear to me. I'm hearing it through my phone. Check your settings or whichever thing you're watching with. The sound has been going good on both Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. It might be your TV or your phone. Maybe your headphones.
Sean says, didn't make $1 million. That's right. We got close, though. We got $750,000 in the prize pool. And none of my personal friends, my personal close friends, made the final table. Mac is a friend of mine. Him and I talk a lot of poker. I'm happy to see him here. He's a great guy. One of the best regs in the room. Also happy for Ben Scroggins. Oh, here we go. Now we got a hand. He's going to run right into it. He's going to be drawn pretty thin. But let's get it. This is what we came here for.
So Jeremy likely to get called here. Kyle with ace-jack. He does have 3 players behind him as well, so I think
Call 165.
just a call.
Three folds, 4 folds.
Nothing for Jessica or Max. So now Kyle is going to be at risk. I'm sorry, Jeremy is going to be at risk.
Jeremy at risk with the king-jack suited. Ran right into Kyle's ace-jack offsuit. And we're going to go heads up to the flop. 400K in the middle. Just right in the window. We're going to need some running hearts. That's going to do it. Kyle C. going to get the check mark. That's a wrap for Jeremy. Jeremy J., first player eliminated from this Card Player Poker Tour final table. Going to pick up a cool $20,081 for his time. Still not a bad day. He was here about 30 minutes and just made 20K.
You heard it. You heard you saying it inside your head. It was so loud inside your head, I could hear it. I heard it.
So great final table. I'm very happy for everyone here. Mac, Jessica, Ben, Lamar, all these guys from out of town.
Nick from Yuma says, what are our thoughts on the standard min click pre? It gives the big blind too good of a price. I agree, but I also think that's kind of the direction that the game is moving. So we're starting to see that trickle over into cash as well. So I think the game is kind of moving in the direction of keeping ranges wide, using small sizing, this, that, and the other. But the big blind any structure is what actually gives the big blind such a good price, you know? Especially in that spot, she has to call 1 big blind to win 4.
We'll
right?
also understand that, you know, the average chip count on a final table is between 30 to 40 big blinds. So they're not really playing shallow, not really playing that deep. So these chips, these min clicks actually do mean a lot.
Jessica on a little bit of a heater, picking up jacks now on the button against the chip leader, Dustin H. raising the 5-5.
So Jessica gonna tangle with the chip leader now.
I like it. A good spot for her to get a massive lead in this final table. Hard to imagine that Dustin's going to punt here against the second biggest chip stack, or one of the bigger sized chip stacks at the table. But also, this is a good spot to set mine.
Yeah, I think he with this stack, you can't fold. You got to play some pots. Opportunity to set mine. Play post.
Hartman says set over set. Let's go. Max Payne one time.
You guys want to bring the pain. It's got to be the awful feeling to have the chip lead and all of a sudden min cash final table. So, and look at that. Look at that. Jack's full for Jessica. She definitely wants to walk this. She wants to not check, but definitely down bet. Make it a little bluffy. Try to have an opportunity for somebody to go over the top. She wants to put some money in I think checking here just shows too much strength, but down betting in this spot, I think it could be pretty juicy. And she does elect for the down bet for 150K.
Takes a small sizing, giving Dustin an amazing price, but he's not going to fall for it. That board kind of smashes her as the 3-better. Looking for a 5. No set, no bet. Dustin correctly finds the fold, and Jessica's going to scoop up another one. Running pretty pure so far. This $2,500 main event final table.
Sixth story, I actually sweated a couple final tables at the WSOP with Jessica, and this was during Tony Miles' run when he got second. And also her husband, Zen Kai, who actually final tabled the WSOP in 2019.
That's right.
And he made 1.8 million. Actually, Zen was one of the guys we patched for the room.
Yep, wore best bet patch the whole time. Mac J getting rid of the Queen 8 offsuit on the button. Mac J just trying to ladder it up. I don't hate it. JP says not deep enough to set mine. Well, with the two bigger stacks being in the hand, I think it's fine. Like we said, either one of them doubling up in that spot would give them a commanding chip lead and almost certainly lock up one of the top 3 spots for them.
Yeah, it's going to be very few spots, especially early on, that we're going to go multi-way with these pots. So, because a lot of players are going to be playing pretty snug until we should either start catching hands or where the chip stacks kind of level out. But right now with Mac being kind of short, you want to get through Mac before they start really gambling.
Yeah, you don't want to have a middle chip stack and have one of the shorties outlast you.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened to Jeremy.
Right.
So Matt taking the Queen 10 line, all in 185K. I think Joseph might call off here.
With Joseph's stack, I think this is a call with ace-9 suited.
He does have 2 players behind, so he could be fearful for that. So you can't really isolate with ace-9 with the chip leader to his left. So I think if he's going to play this hand, he's just going to call. Oh, he is going to isolate.
Looks like we're gambling here. Mac J does not want to see any hearts.
So Mac J is live. Joseph in the lead with the ace high.
Oh, wow, just out flops him. Queen right on the flop. And Mac is going to get the full double up, plus 260K. Mac J back in this game. Still think it's the right call out of Joseph, obviously. Mac just got really lucky.
Yeah, and he's still kind of short, you know, even though he does have 445K, he's still the short stack at the table.
It's not over yet, Mac J. We still got a long way to go to get that 158K. I'm rooting for my man, Mac J. I'd love to see Mac win 158K in this thing.
Oh, look at that. He's got the ace tray.
Now he's got some chips, though. Now he's got, you know,
No.
over 10 bigs. He can kind of start making some decisions.
Not really. With 10 bigs, you don't really want to be raising, min clicking, just try to get some blinds. This move is still going to be all in. He doesn't want to get whittled down again. It's not until you get to about the 15 and 25 big blind range when you can make a little raises here and there.
Everybody, this is going to be the last hand of this blind level. Blinds are changing in 5 seconds. So 15,000, 30,000 this hand. The following hand would be 20,000 small, 40,000 big, 40,000 end. Okay.
You guys heard him. Blinds going up next hand. This is the last hand at 1530. We'll be playing 20K, 40K levels coming up next. That's going to leave Mac with exactly 11 big blinds. He's going to have to make a move. Joseph C. going to be left with less than 20 bigs. Dustin H. picking up ace 10 off.
70, raise.
My guy Big Jeff in the Facebook chat. What's up, Jeff?
Hold a nut. 2 votes.
Ace 10 gets through.
Got a lot of love for Mac J in the chat. Mac, one of the most well-liked regs in the room, I would say. It'd be hard to find anyone that could have something bad to say about Mac. Everyone excited to see him in this final table. He's my pick. I want to see Mac pick up 160K. Humble Lion in the YouTube chat. That's right. Hit that like button. Subscribe. Follow on all the platforms. We appreciate it. Helps the channel grow. That way we can afford to pay Johnny Pham.
That's right, guys. And also some love for that super chat. We do have that activated on our YouTube, so if you want to get us the super chat, that'd be awesome. We definitely have some swag left from the Card Player Poke Tour series, so if you guys want to throw some cool likes, subscribes out there, maybe some super likes or super chats from YouTube, we'll try to get some merch out to you guys. Dustin now 7-6 suited.
95, raise. Suit 8.
Very pretty hand. Need to play it. Gonna raise it. 7-6 will get through. I think this is a timing fold. I don't think Jessica's ever going to be playing 8 tray.
Yeah, Dustin took kind of a large size here. Normally, if it was just a min click, you know,
Yeah, notice
getting like too good of a price to fold almost anything in that spot. But when Dustin chooses a larger sizing here, he gets to take down that pot more often.
yeah, just notice Jessica's table presence. Like, she's not auto folding. She's not baiting too fast. Her timing tells are pretty spot on. So I like the way she's playing. But just a reminder, guys, as we end the Card Player Poker Tour series, high hands are going to be hot and heavy for the summer. In the month of July, we're going to start our Christmas in July promotion. Check out our promotions page on our website. Christmas in July starts the 12th, ends the 23rd. Again, high hands start at $1,200 every hour from 2 to midnight. And this promotion will last all the way until the 23rd. And then high hands till the end of that promotion will be $2,300 from 2 to midnight every hour.
I like that. That is our Jacksonville location only.
Keep the cards coming. I'm gonna keep smiling.
Well, not to discount Orange Park. Orange Park's cash games have been pretty lit. They've been having 5, 10 pretty much every single day.
The games have been good. The other day I played until midnight. We lost the 2-5 game. We had 2 2-2s and 2 5-10s. No 2-5 game.
Yeah, that's my kind of action. So you'll
Yeah.
see me around the field at Orange Park when they're holding their 5, 10 games.
If you stack Johnny Pham, I'll buy you a cheeseburger. It's hard to get those Johnny dollars.
Some nights.
Some nights.
Some nights.
Some nights. King Queen offsuit for Mac J in the small blind. Jesse's going to pitch the 10 deuce off. Pretty much a mandatory raise blind versus blind in the spot.
Yeah, I like it. I think,
Oh, Mac's going to
All
rip it,
in.
it looks like. I think it's fine.
yeah. Again, when you're on that 10 big blind range, you don't wanna make small raises. You just come on and use your stack as ammunition. Just go ahead and ship it all in. That's fine there.
Justin Miner has a really good question in the chat. Says, no Eddie at the final table. No cowboy hat, no big beard, no fun jokes. Where's our hometown hero, Eddie Marskoski?
Well, he took his first place win in event number 1, and unfortunately couldn't make it through the main.
Eddie Marskoski, former commentator here for Best Bet Live, tournament crusher. He's kind of like the Jacksonville end boss, right?
Definitely one of the end bosses here.
Yeah, Eddie
in our
Marskoski,
tournaments.
definitely one of the Jacksonville end bosses. Been with a suited Queen 7 here in middle position, going to open it up. We are playing 20K, 40K. Vin's going to come in for the min click. This time Joseph C with the King Queen off.
Tough to play out of position King Queen.
King Queen
Just a raise.
offsuit out of position doesn't play great as a call. It should be a raise, I think, in that spot. But he doesn't really have enough chips to get after it. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Thanks for hanging out. You got myself, Dustin Shacklock, and my man, Johnny Pham, here in the booth, calling the action. $2,500 card player final table. Happy to be here.
I think I found you a good nickname for the live stream.
Oh, I can't wait.
Shack Daddy.
Oh, that's pretty good.
All right, Dustin gonna mix it up. Blind versus blind. King of 5 against Lamar's 8 tray. Raises 90K. So during this time, because players are playing so tight, you do want to try to be active and pick up some blinds here, especially blind versus blind. So you do definitely want to widen all of your ranges, especially if you have the chips to do so. Mac with the Jack 10 probably won't play this hand. You could see some action here with the King Jack and Dustin King Queen. Oh, very light chip from Joseph at King Jack. Especially Dustin now has 2.5 mil. This won't really hurt him all that much. He could call this off, and he would be dominating Joseph if he does make the call. It is suited. I think he's going to go for it.
Time to make a move.
Yeah, I'll be very disappointed if Dustin finds a fold here. Even with Lamar behind, I mean, it's only a... Oh, it does get rid of it.
Oh, wow. Folds the King Queen suited.
Joseph looks like he can get this through. Even having 1.5 mil behind, I think you still are looking pretty good. I just doesn't want to give up that chip lead too soon. But I agree, King Queen suited, too pretty to fold.
Too good. Come and get him. Give me King Queen suited. Come and get him.
Only one move.
Joseph back-to-back hands now. We shoved with ace king. Shoved with king jack earlier. Might just shove with this hand.
Seriously, not
5-3 off, better hand. Folds.
There it goes. Pulls the ripcord. Big slick.
Now Kyle with the king queen. Unseated. I think he can let this one go.
Big slick. Gonna get through.
I can call you with that if you have 7 days.
I'll make you wait 30 minutes, but I'll tell you right now. It's not 7 days.
Those in the Facebook chat, I know that our audio is pretty good. It might be weird on your end, so either increase the volume on Facebook or on your phone or your laptop. We've had a lot of comments before with the audio being weird on Facebook, so I think it's your settings. But I'm pretty good with. Pretty sure everybody has to agree with me that I'm pretty good everywhere else between Twitch and YouTube. George Seaver. So there's 2 hotels that are located pretty close to our poker room. That is the Hyatt. No, the Hampton. Sorry, the Hampton and the Courtyard Marriott.
Yeah, the Hampton Inn, very close, about 3 minutes up the road.
Now they will give you a poker rate if you show them one of our players' cards.
Ben in the small blind here with 2 8s facing a 90K open from Dustin H.
Now this is a spot where you want to set mine.
My man Justin Miner coming through. We appreciate that, buddy. Shout out to you.
Thank you, Justin Miner, for the super chat. Gonna donate us $10 for some drinks.
George Severe, yeah, the Hampton Inn. I think it's on Hospitality Lane or Hospitality Way, Jacksonville, Florida. I think it's 32225.
Yeah, our poker room is located on Monument, so you can try to find the closest Hampton to that street on Monument.
Nick from Yuma says, miking a tourney final table is minus EV. Very stoic. Everyone very stoic. Ben going to float one time with the 2 8s. Had the best hand pre, got out flopped. I imagine it's probably going to go check fold on his end now.
Dustin's going to give him another free card.
Dustin H checks back the ace on the turn. I guess he figures that Ben has a lot of ace X in his float range here.
Yeah, good check from Dustin. No real reason to bet that board there. If you bet, get raised on, you're probably going to be beat.
Nick from Yuma says, I'd rather listen to Jordan talk about soccer. That makes me want to jump off the building. Nick says Dustin is playing too tight for a big stack. He definitely could have value bet either of those later 2 streets. I think he's just trying to protect that chip lead when in fact, I think he should be using it to exploit a little more. Eugene Davis says, what's the payouts? I'll drop them for you here now.
Justin Miner just said that the Hampton Inn was $89 a night with the player's card.
What a deal. What a deal.
Let's see, Lamar going to play this Jack 10 suited one time.
Lamar been pretty snug. I don't know if we've seen him play a hand since he doubled up and stacked Jeremy.
Well, we haven't had any playable hands, so I don't think this is a... Wake up the Jack 10 after being, not card dead, but, you know, not seeing very many hands. Looks pretty. But he gives it up. I guess he is playing snug. Ben, again, the opportunity to set mine. So Dustin with ace high will check it.
Check 3.
All right, turn card queen. If Dustin checks here, we'll give Ben the green light to bet.
75,000 from seat 8.
But look at that, yeah. Lamar played Jack 10 in the spot. It would have been such a pretty hand.
Call 3.
Especially multi-way, 2 other players in the pot. Come on, let's get it. King of diamonds on the river gives the check mark to Ben. I think Dustin might have to go big to get Ben out of this pot. So check, check. Dustin shows ace high. Ben's going to take it down with pair of sixes.
Hold 8. Hold 9. C2 racing.
All right, Kyle's going to wake up with some premium hands here. Ace, queen of spades, going to make it 80K.
4 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold.
We'll get that through and take up some dead money.
Thank you.
Lamar's going to wake up with ace, king of diamonds under the gun.
Call from C9.
Looked like just a call from Lamar.
2 folds.
Ben with pocket deuces. Could try to see a cheap flop here. And he's going to make the call to try to set 9. Max gonna get out of the way. Joseph with king 10 is gonna be priced in. He does have a small button out there, so just a 20K on our first 4-way pot. Flop 8, 6, 4. Dustin currently in the lead with middle pair.
Check 9.
Looks like this is gonna get checked all the way around, but Ben will give the go-ahead for a free card. 10 of spades on the turn. Joseph takes the lead.
Check 7. Check 8. Check 9.
With all this empty action, I think with Ben, thought he might take a stab there, but elects to take another free card. 5 of clubs on the river. Just going to go and give a little check call action. Nobody taking a stab at this multi-way pot.
Check 9.
Just to show you how tight these guys are playing. Although Ben could prove me wrong. Scary board. The club does fill out. Looks like Ben is going to try to take a stab at it.
CPP bets 115. How much? 115.
115. I don't think Joseph is going to be getting out of the way for such a small sizing. He does block the club. Top pair, pot's too juicy.
This is a pretty critical pot for Joseph here. He's only got 685 back.
C7 calls, 8 folds.
Joseph is going to make the call here.
Fold from T9. Looked me up the base high. I did not.
Ben says I can beat ace high. That's it. That's the only hand I can beat. Ace high.
All right, guys, it's been a while. Let's get some stats up. So we are on hand number 26.
And number 26 so far, Dustin H., the chip leader, coming in V-pipping the highest, 36%. Lamar, a little bit card dead so far. Quick look at the stack sizes. Wow, as you can see, Dustin got over 25% of the chips in play. Mac J riding out that short stack, trying to ladder up one time.
Again, everybody at this table is going to be guaranteed $25,695. And these PLs are going to go deep. Deep, deep, deep. Up into first place again, $158K for first.
Mac J looking like he's thinking about ripping it here with 10-8 suited. Gets away from it here. Mac J currently the short stack. Lamar D getting short also. Blinds did go up. Lamar got about 20 bigs. Lamar gets to get to the free flop and outflops the chip leader.
Check 8.
Lamar going to take a stab here with middle pair. Looks like he bets 40 and 40 into 120 and takes it down. Easy game.
Easy game.
Dustin, I think, just looking to get in there cheap. Knows Lamar can only be raising the top of the range with his short stack. Lamar trying to get in there cheap and hit a monster flop. I'm sorry, not Lamar, Dustin. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Thanks for hanging out. It's been a big week. We're wrapping it up here today. Final table time. Ben S. going to pick up 6-5 suited. Run it right into Big Slick. With Mac J behind in the hijack with ace-10 of diamonds, this could get spicy. Knowing that you have Mac behind, I'd like to see a flat out of Jessica here.
No. I think you got to isolate. You would want to make it bigger. You never want a flat ace-king in this spot.
I want to see her call and Mac just spaz out and stick it all in, and she just snaps it off.
No, I don't think that's going to be happening. Limping in spots like these are very, very ill-advised unless you're playing just way too tight and just trying to see flops. But I think at this stage you also want to try to get chips. So I think Jess is going to go 1.5x here.
270. 270.
So actually, big sizing is actually 3x. Mac with 8 big blinds, ace-10 suited is looking just pretty enough.
Looking like aces in this spot. Look at Joseph C behind him with an additional ace. 3 of the aces dead in the field already.
Yeah, Ben does decide to play this hand. He could be sitting pretty live. Oh, Matt gets away from it.
Wow, what a fold from Mac J. Ace-10 suited in the muck from the short stack. I think if Ben folds and Jessica just opens Ace-King, I think Mac probably stuffs it, gets snapped off there. Nice fold out of Mac, trying to play the ladder game, hoping that Jessica and Ben play a big one. He gets to ladder up one spot. Unfortunately, it's not the case.
Also understanding in Jessica's spot, she also does want to just pick up these pots uncontested, you know.
Sure.
Picking up 10 bigs in that spot, pretty crucial. She gets to increase her chip stack with relatively less pushback, so that does feel good. That does does go well with the pace of your game. It's nice to be not having any resistance with your 3 bets. So
C9 raised to 85.
Lamar getting after it here from the button, making it 85 to go off the short stack. Kyle C with a pair here in the small blind. Off of about a 30 big blind stack, pocket trays.
see a little limp from Ben.
Ben getting a pretty good price. It's 45K to win 250 out there. Pretty good price for Ben S. He is going to get away from it. Again, everybody just waiting for somebody else to bust. Oh, just flops the joint. Lamar D.
Kyle gonna walk him out.
Like to see a bet out of Lamar here. He can, Kyle C can have all of those cards. A small bet. Lamar goes for a little less than half pot. Gets the job done. Kyle gets out of the way. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Final table, $2,500 card player main event. Generated over $750,000 prize pool. First place taking home a cool $160K. Not bad for a weekend's worth of work.
That's right. I also want to give a special shout out to my dudes from Card Player Poker Tour, Eric Fast and Steve. They were out here during the weekend giving us our live updates. Awesome crew.
Yeah, those guys are the ultimate sweaters.
The real MVPs.
The real MVPs. Jeremiah in the Facebook chat. Thanks, man. Thanks for watching. Kyle C going to walk right into it here. Opening the 6-5 suited right into Ben S's Jack in the small blind. Let's play a big one.
Yeah, I see Ben sizing pretty big, especially with jacks.
MJ Sydney Aussie, I just saw your comment. Good morning from the not-so-sunny Sydney, Australia. Shout out to you. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, I think they just got through with the WPT in Australia.
That's true, they did.
So I'm glad to see poker live again all over the world. Finally, a lot of the restrictions have been shut down. No more masks. Masks are optional here at Best Bet.
Look at Ben going big here. Makes it 240K. Goes 3X. It's going to be 160 for Kyle to call. Kyle stack a little too short, I think, to play this hand. 6-5 suited going to go on the muck. Ben's going to take down an easy pot. It's always nice to take down a nice pot without ever having to get to the flop. MJ Sidney says, back on lockdown. Wow, sorry to hear that. I didn't know that about Australia.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
Kyle C looking down at ace jack offsuit. Looks like he's going to open it up, try again. Last time he opened, he got 3-bet by Ben there out of the small blind. Mac J looking down at a very short stack, got about 5 big blinds.
Suited gapper, he's live. I like
Suited
it.
Broadway cards. I don't know how you don't get your chips in. Suited Broadway cards. He is dominated, unfortunately, but suited Broadway with 5 big blinds. I think you just get it in. Mac's going to need a queen. Wow, just top 2 for Kyle out the gate. A little bit of a sweat. Mac got 9%. Gonna need a queen. Oh, that's not gonna do it. Oh, one of my favorite guys in the room, Mac J, gonna hit the rail. Gonna take home $25K for his effort. Nice run, Mac. Nice job, well played. Way to fold that ace-10 of diamonds when Big Slick was out in front. Good job, buddy. We'll see you around.
Yeah, congrats to Mac. Although he did come into the final table with short stack, he was able to ladder 1 spot and make an additional 5,600.
Yeah, shout out to Mac for being able to ladder up, pick up a little extra money. Couldn't go to a better dude.
So next spot up, 8K differential.
Wow.
33,000 for 6th place money.
Wow, so from 7th to 6th, we pick up an extra 8K. Kyle C getting after it 3 in a row, this time with the King 4 suited. I think he's starting to pick up on the fact that everyone's just trying to sweat it out, you know, just wait for the next ladder. He's going to take advantage of it. This time he gets called by a better suited king.
So I think action might be opening up a little wider now.
Absolutely.
Everybody's stack is now above that 20 big blind range. So the average stack it is, or at least Joseph's stack.
Check 7.
Joseph C floating him one time with the better hand. Puts Kyle in kind of a weird spot. This one gets through. Kyle takes it down with the King 4 suited.
Robert, you just missed it. Mac just busted. 7th place money, 25K. We are now 6-handed. That's his final table. 158K up top. I'm excited.
Robert Nottingham just tuned in, said, how did Mac do? You just missed him. He just busted. Took home 25K for a 7th place finish.
Dude, I just said that.
I was just reaffirming it.
Before I came here.
You know it's bad when you can eat for free. They'll give you what you want for free. But you still get somebody to order something cheap.
Food here is good. So that says a lot about Chick-fil-A.
Nothing against best fast foods. We get tax what we appreciate. Public service right now. I know now I'm thinking about Chick-fil-A.
If I was hungry, I would definitely be up for it. Check from CD.
Check from the Chick leader here with Jack 10 offsuit. We're going to head to the flop. Queen 5 offsuit in the lead for Joseph C. here in the small blind.
Dustin going to punish him for checking that flop.
Absolutely. Dustin going to take down basically a free pot there. Terry said, how did Mac get out? He shoved King 10 offsuit, or King 10 suited into Ace Jack offsuit, and the flop came Ace Jack. Mac could not improve and hit the rail. That's just how it goes. Tournament Poker, aka Max Payne.
Wow. Very loose shove from Joseph the King 9. Just under 20 bigs. Lamar King Queen does have him dominated. Gives it up.
Joseph going to pick up a quick 100K right there. We'll take a quick look at the stacks so far. Dustin still way out in front, 30% of the chips in play. Mac J hit the rail, and Joseph C, the short stack, just over 20 bigs, looking to make some moves. This time Joseph C with Jack 10 offsuit. Puts in about 10% of his stack.
Does elect for the main click here, 85K. Kyle to a 10-8, playable hand.
Thai Chicken says it's so bad to know the cards. Imagine how boring it would be if you couldn't see the cards.
Oh, and Kyle with a monster flop. Two pair against Joseph's top pair.
This could get spicy in a hurry. Joseph C, the short stack in the hand, making top pair with some backdoor. Kyle C flopping top two. Makes it look easy. Harmon says Jack on the turn. How about a 9 for a sweat? Nine for a sweat one time. Looks like Kyle C going to put in the raise here, make it 280K to go. Joseph C in a tough spot now. He's already put in about 20% of his stack. Now facing a check raise. He does have some backdoor equity. He is going to make the call here. He's going to need a lot of help. As you can see, he's only got about 22% equity in the hand. 9 for a sweat. Black deuce doesn't really change anything. Joseph does have the jack of hearts. He does block some of Kyle's big combo draws. That's one of the cards you actually want Kyle to have in his hand. Kyle getting after it here with top 2. As we said, the black deuce doesn't change anything.
Well, with this bet, Joseph just can't call.
Yeah, it looks like Kyle trying to set him up to play for stacks here. There it goes. Wow, Kyle with the snap. Joseph's still alive.
22 jacks left in the deck. Does he get it?
I thought he got it. Oh man, unfortunate run out. Unfortunate flop there for Joseph C. He's going to
Players, your blind is
give
going
the
up
friendly,
as well.
nice hand pat.
50,000
And hit the rail.
25,000 small blind, 50,000 big blind. We will take a break at the end of this level. Kyle, I'll come back for you. Call you up. Okay.
And just like that, 5 players left at this final table.
That's going to do it. You heard Arlie Johnson. The blinds are going up. We're going to play 25, 50K levels now. The chips a little more distributed.
The money's getting serious.
Money's getting serious now.
33K is locked up.
33K has been claimed.
Now each player is now guaranteed $43,000. I think the chat's screaming for payouts.
Payouts, we can do that. That's easy.
Blinds now 25, 50K. Hand number 36 at this final table.
Race is giving the wrong guy chips. Kyle's stacking them up.
I think Kyle has a chip lead now, doesn't he?
It's probably close. I think him and Dustin H are about even in chips.
Blind versus blind, just a call from Ben. I'm sorry, a raise from Ben. 150 to go. I think Adonis would be mentally telling him, Jack 9, play it.
Adonis would never make it this far because he would lose all of his chips with Jack 9 way in like level 3. Got like 900 big blinds and he goes broke with Jack 9 pre.
Ooh, monster flop for Ben. Checking would be showing too much strength. 3 spades out there is a little scary, but I think he needs to bet here.
$115. 115.
Let's go for the down bet.
Been flopping top 2 on the monotone all spade board. Kyle C, the only player in the field with a spade. Unfortunately, I don't think it's strong enough for him to continue. But what do I know as he reaches for chips? He is going to look him up, the 9 of spades.
Spade would be sick here.
Ben dodges 1 street.
Curious check from Ben. Does bring the spade. Ben did miss the bet there. He's just lost his pot. It's like the Twitch chat wants to know how your boy Fausto did during his trip here.
Falcho?
Faucho. Gaucho?
Guacamole? Fausto got stuck a little in the cash stream, got stuck a little bit in the tournaments also, wasn't able to find a bag for the main. Not a very profitable trip to Florida, but he's in good spirits. I dropped him off at the airport today. He will be back. He said he had a great time. He said, man, he just kept telling me, man, Florida's wild. Man, Florida's wild. I've seen so much wild stuff since I've been here. But he'll be back. Just ran pretty bad. If you guys tuned in for either night of his play, you guys could see he just ran into top of range constantly. They just always had it. Nothing you could do in those spots, you know.
Oh, Jessica gonna flop the old trip action. Let's see if she finds some value. And Ben's betting into her. This has got to be a thing of beauty for her. I think she's hoping that Ben has that ace. Although it was a limp pot. And Jessica is just gonna go ahead and... Whoa, I'm sorry. Just like a little misclick from our action tracker. Jessica is not all in. It was only a bet and call. There we go. Backed it up. Whew. Sorry guys, our action tracker needs to catch up here. There we go. I like her sizing. Betting 100 into 350.
Pretty much a snap fold from Ben here. Got no pair, no draw. Nick from Yuma says, is the line technically a betting line? It is not. It's a commonly mistaken for one, but it doesn't actually count as a betting line.
Yeah, I think Adonis would have been. See? Jack 9. Been telling you.
Jack 9, what a terrible hand. What a joke. How many jacks are in this deck? Speaking of Jack's X hands.
I think everybody's stack is pretty much the same. Everybody has north of 2 million.
Everyone very close in chips, for sure. Harmon says Jack 9 is in my top 100 opening hands. We know, Jeremy. We know. Nick says Adonis is watching the new Fast and Furious with 3D glasses on right now, just loving life. Strapped into his seat. Little late position open here from Ben S with the King 9 offsuit. We are 5-handed, so these guys can open it up a little bit. Lamar unfortunately going to be unable to defend from the big. Ben's going to take down an easy one. We got 5 left in this Card Player Poker Tour main event final table. I'm pumped. I'm happy to be here. Thanks for hanging out with us. Steve says table is going faster than I expected. Same. These guys are getting it in.
Well, from my observations, these are seasoned players, so we're not going to see a lot of bet raising, folding. We're going to see some action now as we whittle down.
Yeah, it's tough in this spot when you get to a final table and you get short and you have to stay ahead of the blinds. You know, like a 20 big blind stack can feel like a 10 big blind stack just because the blinds come around so fast. You have 20 bigs, you look down, all of a sudden you have 11. And you're like, whoa, what happened?
Yeah, blinds went up and you decided to limp when you should have shoved.
Yep.
All right, just going to open it up now. King 9 up to 100K. Kyle with the ace-7 in the big blind. I mean, he has the chips. He may 3-bet here.
A7, a pretty strong hand, 5-handed. A7 suited, I like it a lot better as a 3-bet, but I think this hand plays fine as a call. I think he could go either way. Looks like he's going to put it right back at her. Now putting the pressure back on Jessica. I think she's going to find a fold here, and she does.
All right, Kyle definitely has got to be the chippier now. His stack is approaching 3 million.
AJ Trigger in the Twitch chat. What's up, buddy? Thanks for tuning in. Welcome to the final table, Card Player main. Dustin H in the cutoff here, picking up King 4 of spades. He's going to let it go, try to retain some of that chip lead. Lamar forced to fold his button, still running pretty bad. Kyle C picking up the ace-4 offsuit. Ben S next door in the big blind, picking up a couple of offsuit broadways. Kyle just with the limp. Wonder if he's trying to set a trap here. Wow, Ben gonna punish him here with Queen 10 offsuit. Like to see what Kyle does here with the ace-4 off. It is the best hand. These guys both pretty deep. Kyle got almost a 2-to-1 over Ben's 1.5. Zach says Kyle has run it up pretty good in the last 25 minutes or so. Just got lucky in a couple big spots, you know. Sometimes that's all it takes in these final tables. Kyle is going to spring the trap, set it up the whole way. Going to make it 460 over Ben's open. Wow, Ben looking like he's going to defend here with the Queen 10 offsuit. Look at the equities. Look how close the equities. This is almost a flip. Ben does find the fold. Kyle with the old limp re-raise here. Ace-4 offsuit, 5-handed, and Kyle adds to his already massive stack. That's going to make him the chip leader. I think Dustin, who's been the chip leader since we got to the final table, sitting with about 2.5 million, and that pot is going to put Kyle over 3 million. Give him the chip lead. Thanks for tuning in, guys. We will take a look at some stats after this hand. We'll take a look at the stack sizes. Things have shifted around a little bit. We've lost another player. Kyle C looking down at Jack-9 offsuit on the button. We do know that he has this in range. He opened the first hand of the final table with it. Ran right into Jessica's Ace-King offsuit. Jessica looking down at the King-8 off. We might see a defend from her. Jessica with over 2 million in chips at 25.50. She's going to make the call, and we're going to go heads up to the flop. Ace-high board. Kyle's probably going to have a few more Ace-X in range, assuming Jessica would have 3-bet most of hers. A little bit of a bad board for her hand. I'm sorry, for her range. She's going to fold. Jeremy says, can I add you to the Wednesday list? Let me look. I can. I'll add you right now. We did say we would take a brief look at the stats, and like we said, Kyle, pretty serious chip lead after a couple of hands of absolute run good there. That big top 2 hand against Joseph really propelled him way out in front. Ben S looks like he's getting ready to open this Jack-8 offsuit. Ben's going to get this one through and take it down.
All right, guys, I want to thank you all again for joining us here on Best Bet Live on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. Again, we are at the final table with the final 5 of our Card Player Poker Tour main event. Ranges are getting wider now. Ace Trey with a race to 100K. Jessica with the Queen of Deuce suited is going to give it up. Now, just another 50K for Lamar to call. 6-4 diamonds. It's suited. It's playable. Definitely would like to see a flop. Well, looks like he's getting raising chips out. So Lamar gonna defend and 3-bet to 250, and we'll get Cal to fold ace high. Jessica gonna wake up with pocket pair. And then click it to 100K. But Kyle's gonna wake up to pocket jacks. Actually, now Lamar with the mystery hand. Lamar gonna give it up, and Kyle with the hooks. Gonna take a second peek. See Kyle making it about north of 300. Like I said, 380,000. Puts Jessica in a pretty bad spot. Can't really call up with a pocket pair there, small pocket pair. And she gives it up.
At least for 30 minutes, huh?
Jessica's gonna wake up with ace queen.
Raise hundo. Eight eights. Nine bigs. Two bigs.
So I do see Ben defending here with 10-8.
Nickel. Heads up.
And Ben does flop top pair.
Check three.
No pair, no draw. Tough spot for Jessica, but I think she might just throw a little chips in this pot just to see if she just take this down right now.
Hundred.
Top two for Ben. 10-8 playing pretty strong at this final table. Has already busted one player.
What a turn card. Gets the check mark. Jessica unblocks all of the ace X club draws, you know?
Looks like she's going for the double barrel. I feel like if you're gonna double barrel, I think she's making it quite big, but she has to try to get some of the draw cards out there. But Ben sitting on top too. He's not going anywhere.
Been trying to figure out the best way to get more chips in the middle here.
Does block the club.
Bad spot for Jessica. Such a nice hand to look down at pre-flop. Ben could probably just do some calling here. Let her. Oh, he does not call. Decides to get it all in.
Yeah, I think that's the right move there, just in case she's on a club draw. He beats an overpair.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough fold if she has a hand like queens in the spot. Charge her the max.
Yeah, no reason to go broke here. Just find a better spot.
Jessica looks like she's trying to get a physical read off Ben. Ben pretty stoic in this spot.
It's a very draw-heavy hand for blind versus blind as well, so I think she's only thinking of calling if Ben is on any kind of draw.
She does make the fold. Ben's going to take this one down.
I tried to double barrel with ace high.
The whole 10-8 offsuit is just crushing them today.
10-8 is one of my favorite hands, gotta be honest. I love 10-8 way more than I like Jack-9, that's for sure.
I had a long discussion about 10-8 with Tony Dunst, actually. Tony Dunst and I had a long conversation about 10-8, and he puts it in his under-the-gun opening hand rankings in a full ring game. He says it's a very strong hand.
Oh, I need a haircut.
King of all milkshakes. I like to keep it simple.
Got a quick slight break to switch out a damaged card. We'll take a quick look at some stats. As you can see, Kyle C. getting after it. The guy with all the chips making all the moves. V-pipping almost 40%. Pre-flop raising. Kyle C. also ahead in that category. Lamar D. Little card dead so far at this card player final table. And finally, stacks. Kyle got 30% of the stacks. Lamar D getting short, less than 20 bigs. Going to start looking for a spot here pretty soon. Five-handed, those blinds and antes are going to come around quick. Man, Kyle C. picks up ace-jack off on the button. Comes in for a raise.
Can Ben go back-to-back 10-8s?
Back-to-back 10-8.
It's suited this time.
They all have very similar hands in the spot.
Yeah, they have you hold each other's outs.
Ben going to make the call here with the suited gapper. It's going to give Jessica a pretty good price, and we're going three ways to the flop. We haven't seen a lot of three-way flops. Big top pair here for Kyle. Big open-ender here for Jessica.
Yeah, huge draws for both of them.
That we said they all have similar hands, and this board just smashes all of them. Kyle C. does have the ace of clubs in hand.
Just could get sticky here.
John says action flop for sure. Action flop for sure. Jessica with the open ender. Jessica getting a little short. Look at her with just over $1 million. She came into this final table, ran it up, now getting short again.
I think Cal needs to isolate here. I think so. I think he needs to make it 4x there. If you want to play your draws, make an expensive top pair, top kicker is just too juicy. But I'm wrong. He's going to go with the flat. 5 of spades on the turn.
Pretty inconsequential turn card.
I hope Jessica doesn't barrel here. I mean, open-ender, although the clubs are out there. I think this is when Kyle smashes the gas pedal.
650 in the middle. Jessica with about $1 million behind. Ben with about 1.9, almost 2 million.
So that's a draw heavy board. Can't just let them get there.
Kind of looking like he's going to go big here. 380-ish, 390. Oh, I'm sorry, 290. Goes 290 into 650.
Now this bet's a very significant piece of Jessica's stack. She could just call it and try to pick up a king or 8.
I think this board's going to slightly favor her range, but it's going to be really close.
Yeah, it's such a tough fold to fold open-ended in this spot. You do want to try to get chips too, You want to be able to, especially from the chip leader.
She can have all the 7-10 combos, all the 8-9, all the flush draws. He can have the jacks, the top set, the jack 10s, and all the overcards. And obviously ace-jack.
I mean, she could also think to put Kyle on a draw as well. And she could just try to ship it here and take it down. If she shoves 1.1 here, that could get some kind of type of draw to fold, but Kyle's looking at top pair, top kicker, ace of clubs blocker. Oh no, she does do it. She moves all in, and can Kyle get away from it?
This is another spot where the ace of clubs is one of those cards you don't want to have in your hand.
I think in Kyle's spot, it's such a draw heavy board. You're just going to have to put it in. But Jessica is at risk. She needs to spike a king, queen, or 8. Or get Kyle to fold. But ace-jack is just too pretty of a hand to fold. He will have a good stack left behind if he does decide to make the call and lose, so. Whoa.
Jessica still is, as Andrew points out in the chat, she's still live to the queen also. Not only is she open-ended, but her queen is still good.
Yeah, I do like this shove from her. If you're going to try to win it, this is the time. Yeah, she does get a call from Kyle. All right, Jess now at risk. We'll need a king, queen, or an 8. 11 outs.
Let's go.
And
Wow.
doesn't get there. But congratulations to Jessica Kai. She has just made $43,000. Nothing to be sad about. Had a great run at the final table. Just unfortunately the cards just don't come. But very admirable play. played very hard, played very solid, played very good up until this last hand. Although I don't mind her shove. It does take stones like that to win this tournament, and sometimes you're just going to have to get it in. Try to get that big stack to win it all. So I feel like ICM wasn't really that much in play there because a lot of the stacks were just very similar. Although Lamar had about 10 bigs. Yeah.
A lot of people in the chat saying he has to call with the ace of clubs there. I think the ace of clubs, actually, him having the ace of clubs leans her hand a lot more towards value. That's one of the cards that you want her to be bluffing with, is the ace of clubs. And so when you have that in your hand, it's not actually that great, you know? She's still going to have plenty of other club draws, but the having the nut club card in your hand is actually a bad thing in that spot. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Final four card player, $2,500 main event final table.
Yeah, it's been a great series. All of our numbers were sky high. The room was alive with action. Lots of high-limit games. I saw a 25-50 game upstairs. Mixed.
I saw a 25-50 crazy pineapple game upstairs.
Yeah, I also saw some players play 20-40 mix.
We had a 20-40 mix game. I wanted to get in that game.
Yeah, those guys were playing all the draw games too. My favorite game is the Badugi, Badesi, Ace to 5, Ace to 7. Yeah, love those games.
Yeah, it was a juicy weekend here at Best Bet. When we streamed on Friday night, we had like 40-something cash games going. Big ones, too. It's been a fun week here at Best Bet Jacksonville.
Lamar, Ace, King.
Waited all this time. Finally picks up a hand.
Yeah, he made the mistake of limping last time. Not going to do it this time. Gonna 3-bet to 250 and take down some blinds.
Lamar D been very patient so far in this final table. Been very card dead as well. The VPIP the lowest, around 8%.
I was just telling him. Everyone.
He goes, you realize he's not that big on the table? I said, you sure that was probably gold?
You guys got myself and Johnny Pham here in the booth. We'll be back Wednesday night with some 2-5 no limit hold'em cash game action as Ben S looks down at ace-8 suited. Under the gun, four-handed, pretty strong.
You know who's not going to be here on Wednesday?
Who's that?
This guy.
Where's this guy going to be?
I'm going to be on a plane headed towards the lights of Vegas. And I'm going to get in action. Some deep, deep tourney and cash action. Can't wait.
I like it. Bring one home one time. Bring home a trophy.
That will be the goal.
Don't come home until you do. Ben going to take a stab at it here with what he assumes correctly is probably the best hand.
While we're on break, we're going to recount your chips, everybody. We'll probably get a little more John Johnson in play also.
Looks like this will be the final hand, and we'll go on a 15-minute break. But guys, stay tuned. We're going to throw some highlights, some hand of the weeks from your boy, Shaq Daddy.
That's it. The one and only. 9-10 offsuit in the muck. From Dustin H. Came in the final table as the chip leader. He's given a little bit back, but you know, that's how it goes. Swingy game. Kyle C. just going to limp the ace tray off. We saw him do something similar with the ace 4 offsuit. Sprung the trap against young Ben S. Ben S flopping a gutter ball here, needs a 6. This hand's going to go check, check. Ben up and down now, can turn a 6 or a 10, or 7 or a 5. You can see it up there at the top of your screen. He's got 14 outs to improve. I think Ben could put a bet in here. You know, he's only got 7 high. He's never going to win at showdown. Got a pretty high equity hand. That one's going to work. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick 15-minute break, and Johnny Pham and myself will be back shortly. You guys stick around for the conclusion of our 2021 Card Player Final Table, $2,500 main event.
It's going to be 3 and gray from YouTube Bet Chat.
Best Bet Live, Hand of the Week.
Hey everybody, I'm Jesse the Boss. Welcome to Best Bet Live and this edition of Hand of the Week. We got an interesting one for you here in a 2-2 no limit hold'em game. If you like these Hand of the Weeks, you want to catch more of our streams, check us out on YouTube, Best Bet Live, Twitch, Best Bet Live, Facebook, all our social media platforms. Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button. So here we go. Let's see the action. 2-2 no limit hold'em. All right, standard fold. Auburn Steve, pocket 6s. He's going to come along for the ride. Michael, going to do a little gambling with the queen tray offsuit. Alan's coming in with an 8-9 of hearts. Seth making a big raise here. Kind of big for my liking, 12.5x-ish. Should get everybody to fold. However, in this case, Auburn Steve's going to come along with the 2 6s, Alan with the 8-9 of hearts, and Kevin with the Jack-9 offsuit. Take us to the flop. Kevin flopping top pair under the gun. He's just going to come out with about a half pot bet. I like that. You're in there, you flopped it, you represent it. Let's go. Steve's going to wisely fold. Alan's put into a rough spot where he has to make this call with the 8-9 of hearts. Can't blame him there. Seth with the ace-king of spades, kind of a rough spot. He does have 2 overs and a backdoor spade draw. Could have called, says no way, I'm out. Heads up to the turn. Trey on the turn, pairs the board. No change really for Kevin. I'd like to see a bet here. Looks like about another half pot bet. I like that bet from Kevin. Alan now is in a difficult spot. He has no redraw. All he has is his 9, and he's hoping that his kicker is good, I guess, or that he has the only top pair. That'll take us to the river, and here's where it gets interesting. The king on the river effectively gives both players the same hand. Alan caught up with his kicker. Kevin's going to come out with another $100 bet. I like it. He turns his hands over, shows his hand. Alan mistakenly shows the 9, but folds, which gives him a dead hand. You have to show 2 cards to win the pot in hold'em. The moral of the story is just turn them both over. Always, if you're not sure, it speeds up the game. Just turn your cards over. It's okay. If you don't have the winner, you won't get the pot. If you do have the winner, you will. In this case, it would have been worth half the pot, as that would have been a chop. So thanks for watching. If you like all this action, hit that like, subscribe, check us out on social media. See you next time right here on Best Bet Live.
Best Bet live stream. Watch us play. Best Bet Live, Hand of the Week.
Hey, what's up, guys? Dustin Shacklock here for Best Bet Live, coming your way with a very special edition of Hand of the Week. Today, I've got my good friend John O'Neill joining me in the booth. For those of you guys that don't know, John O'Neill is a high-stakes cash game pro. So John's going to walk us through this hand. This hand took place in a recent 5-10 game that eventually became, like a 5-10, 25, 50, 100 game. You can see John right there in the 7th seat. He was in the game. So John had a front row seat to all the action, and he's going to take us through a couple of spots in this hand. And we're going to get a quick insight into the mind of a high-stakes crusher. So, John, walk us through the hand.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is John O, and I'm going to be taking you through this hand in this 5-10-25 game. In this hand, there's a restraughter to 50 and a restraughter to 100. Don makes it 300. Don opens for 300 with pocket fives. Sean smooth calls with pocket queens. George makes a call with pocket eights. Paul has Jack 10 suited. He's going to make the call for 300. Comes around to Russ, who originally straddled for 100. He picks up pocket nines. There's a lot of dead money out there. He's going to squeeze it to 2100. That's going to bring it back to Don, who only started his hand with about $3,000. I mean, if he gets it in, he's just going to have to jam and hope that they're flipping. But the right move is to probably just fold it. He's going to think about it for a little bit, think about what he wants to do. Eventually, he's just going to let this hand go. Sean just smooth called with queens. I'm thinking this is a great spot for him to back raise to confuse Russ. Russ will also make very loose calls if he doesn't think you have it. Surprisingly, Sean just flatted for 2100. Comes back to George. He has pocket eights. There are very deep stacks out there. So he's hoping to just set mine and spike an 8. Paul has Jack 10 suited. He only starts with about 6,000 and would have to call like 1/3 of his stack here. It always feels dirty when you have to fold a hand like Jack 10 suited. He just takes the less variance route and just folds it, just praying that he does not hit this board. And off to the flop we go. 3 ways. There's about 7,000 in the middle already. Still some very deep stacks. Russ just spikes top set on the flop, but there is 3 hearts out there. George checks with pocket eights. He pretty much just whiffs here. Sean has queens but no heart. So interesting to see what he's going to do this hand. Russ is going to lead 5,000 here. Puts Sean in a weird spot. Sean's hand is so under-repped here that I would probably still get it in. I mean, if Russ has just the ace of hearts, if he has ace king or ace jack with just the ace of hearts, maybe even the king of hearts, Russ would bet here. Sean thinks about it. It's a hard call to make when you have no heart. Me personally, I probably still would have jammed if I ever did just flat pre-flop. And there he goes. He makes the fold. Comes back around to George. And I would think that this would just be a snap fold from George. But surprisingly, he thinks about it and he makes the call. And then comes turn is a queen. Sean is disgusted at this point because he would have turned a top set. Russ now jams for 15,000. And now George is not really sure what to do. This is why I think he should have just folded on the flop. There's no real good turn cards for him except for an 8. Russ could have hands like ace king with the ace of hearts and ace queen with the ace of hearts and maybe ace jack off with the ace of hearts. Those are the hands that George can beat. But with the queen on the turn now, he can't beat ace queen anymore. He can really only beat ace king and ace jack off with the ace of hearts, maybe ace king with the king of hearts. We're gonna go. George is gonna tank for about 2.5 minutes here. We're gonna go ahead and fast forward this to about where he's gonna make the call. He's going to make a crazy call here, and he's disgusted. About right here, he counts out 15,000. He makes the call here. He gets the bad news from Russ, seeing that he's drawing stone dead. I mean, we could have gave him the deck. He could have picked his own card out of the deck and still couldn't have won. And right now, he is going to be raging the game. This is when the game gets very good, and there's going to be a lot of more interesting hands after this. When George is on tilt, the game gets crazy, very entertaining, and see y'all next time.
All right, there you have it, guys. True cash game insight from a high-stakes professional. I want to say thank you very much to my good friend John O'Neill for joining us in the booth today to walk us through that wild hand. You guys make sure to like, follow, subscribe on all the platforms, and we'll be back soon with more Hand of the Week.
Best Bet live stream. Watch us play. Best Bet Live. Hand of the Week.
Hey, what's up, guys? Dustin Shocklock here for Best Bet Live, Hand of the Week. This week, I'm joined in the booth by my good friend John O'Neill. John O'Neill, a true high-stakes cash game pro. John was in the mix for this hand. This was a recent 5-10 no-limit deep stack cash game that actually ended up playing really big. And as you can see, John was in the mix right there in the 7 seat. And this is a pretty crazy river spot, and John's going to walk us through the hand and tell us what your thoughts are on the way that this hand plays out and what you think about it.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is John O. I was in this 5-10-25 game, and I'm going to take you through one of the hands that happened. In this hand, it was a restraddle to 50 and a restraddle after that to 100. I don't think Sean realizes that it was a restraddle to 100 because he only made it 200 on the button with pocket fives here. George makes a call with king queen, and Jarrett picks up pocket eights. He's going to make the call. And Russ has 9-7. It's only $100 for him to call. He's going to make the call. Everyone pretty much whiffs the flop here. Ace 10-4, 2 clubs. It goes check round, and Sean just spikes a 5 on the turn. It does bring a club out there. George leads 500 on the turn. It folds around to Sean. He makes the call here. At this point, George is on tilt. Sean knows that. The river's a deuce, though, puts a one-liner on the board. George just mashes 8,000 on the river. Right now, it puts Sean in a real messed up spot. He was hoping the board paired. It didn't. He's either going to have to hero call or fold here. And right now, if we could pause this, he's showing his hand pocket fives right before he folds. At this point, George just lost a 50K pot. And when this happens, George always just plays like what I like to call animal poker. He just starts piling. He just starts piling like money in it. He just is like on mega tilt at this point. At this point, you pretty much got to call if you're Sean, because I don't think George would ever try to value him with 8,000 on the river just because Sean is on the tighter side. If it was me, George knows like I will hero call him, so it could be more value against me. But against Sean, I don't think it's ever a value hand. As soon as he folded, I told him that he probably should have called here. But it is a very hard call to make, and George tried to tell us that he did have it, but obviously looking in now, we could tell that he did not have it. And when George is on tilt, you just got to hold on and make those calls sometimes.
Wow, what a sick river spot. Just a casual 8K mash into 1,800. George gets the fold. George gets all the chips. Sean folds the best hand. I want to give a shout out to my friend John O'Neill. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for joining us. Thank you guys for tuning in. Make sure to like, follow, and subscribe. And we'll be back soon with more Hand of the Week.
All right, guys, we are back in action. 4 players left at this final table. Check our chip counts here. Kyle C. with the chip lead. He's got 45% of the chips in play. Lamar sitting on 10% on the short stack. Now let's get it. Lamar with the king 10. Got to raise it to 120. Blinds are 30, 60K. Ben with a king 10 suited. 3-bet action. So going four-handed, these players are going to be playing a much wider range, a much wider 3-bet range as well. Lamar can't call with king 10 off. 360K, that would pretty much making pot committed. I think he was just trying to get some blinds together. Can't play post on a 3-bet with king 10 off. So I see him mucking here. Yep, not 260, 360 to go. 240 more to call. And does give it up. So next player out is going to receive $57,000. Pay jumps are getting serious. And they're all looking to capture that grand prize of $158,000. Kyle under the gun, 8-6 suited. Definitely playable, four-handed. It's going to raise it to 125. That's Eric Fast with the camera from Card Player. Him and Steve, thanks for coming out. The real MVPs, so we're doing all the live updates. They were able to put our room on their front page of their magazine, Card Player magazine.
These guys are steamrolling through this final table. Lamar D looking down at the King 4 offsuit from the small blind, facing a raise out of bin S. Kyle C with all the chips can probably find a defend here from the big. Here we go. Wow, we might play a pretty big pot here. The pair at sixes might save either player a little bit of money, but four-handed, smash top pair.
Yeah, you're never going to put a player on a paired board for trips. Top pair looking pretty good. Ben, with the rest of it, is going to go ahead and open the bidding with 110K. I think that's just small enough for Kyle just to walk him along to the turn. And King brings the chop.
Wow. Could Kyle C run any better? Not only is he way behind, I think he just binks the king for the chop one time.
Be pretty sick to see Kyle bet here, get Ben to get off the queen 10.
That would definitely be pretty sick.
He's going for it.
Ben does not look happy about this. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Chop pot. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What happened there?
Not sure what I just saw.
Yeah, I think our graphics are not correct. I think they might have accidentally hit the call button.
We are four-handed in our Card Player Poker Tour main event file table. Next player out, gonna take home a big one. Gonna take home 55K. I'm sorry, 57K. Lamar D looking out at ace 8, deuce off. Gonna put it straight in the muck. These two back at it again. This time Kyle C in the small blind with the jack 6 offsuit. Comes in just with the call. Ben S with some offsuit connectors. Jack 6 in the lead. Kyle C leads out with the best hand and gets through the big blind. Button moves and we're on to the next one.
So Tricky Hunter raised a pretty good question here. If you won 158K in a tournament, how do taxes work? So basically, in any casino, if you're going to win any kind of jackpot or tournament, you are going to get W2G'd, which is a tax form that you have to fill out anytime you make anything above 5K for tournaments. So typically, you're going to be paying 20-30% on taxes on that, but you do get some write-offs between your tournament buy-ins, and maybe if you're a professional poker player, you can also get some relief from your travel funds and what have you. But you still are going to be paying taxes regardless.
Yeah, you can't escape the taxes, man. Can't escape the taxes.
Unless you're from the UK. UK does not tax gambling winnings.
I did not know that.
Yeah. So a lot of players do hail from the UK and have their residency or their, what do you call it?
Citizenship?
Yeah, something like that. Where if you're a citizen in the UK and you actually have to have paperwork and you don't have to pay taxes for tournament winnings.
Ben S taking advantage of his position here. Gets through Dustin H. Action on Lamar. Jack 6 offsuit. Ben uses a min click, and it works. Jeremy says on the 1099, I believe you can pay the taxes up front or defer them.
That is also true. You can also withhold to pay up front, so you don't have to worry about it later.
Can't escape the taxes, man. They're always going to get theirs. Lamar D looking down at King Jack suited, getting a little short. Got 10.5 bigs. We might see a rip here. Might see a rip with a hopeful fold. Just trying to pick up that dead money. No, just goes for the call. Going to leave himself about 9 big blinds back.
Kyle stack looks outrageous.
Right? Kyle got all the chips. Kyle going to come along with worse clubs. 10, 7, 8. Lamar with a gut shot to the nuts and some backdoor equity.
Ben with middle pair.
Ben with the best hand.
Also
out of
some,
all of them.
some backdoor equity as well.
Eddie Bernard with a good question. We'll address it after this hand. This one looks like it might get spicy. Lamar in a tough spot here. Got shot to the nuts, getting short stacked.
It's gonna get pot committed here with this bet.
Kevin says, do you rip it here? Unfortunately, it's hard to call. If you rip it, you basically have to be all in on any turn. Yeah, I mean, now he's double gutted. No, I think we just get it in. He's got 400 left, almost 700 in the middle.
Yeah, if it's time to rep it, you gotta rep it now. So Lamar gonna go all in on a very wet board.
Unfortunately, that 9 of diamonds gives Ben an open ender as well. So middle pair with an open ender.
But you gotta love a pair with the open ender.
Tough spot for Ben.
I think Ben just has to get it in here. There's only 410 left to call.
It's about 20% of his stack.
Yeah, I see Ben making the call here. And it gets in there, so Lamar
Lamar at risk.
at risk.
One more card to come. Wow, 3 of clubs, no help. That's going to do it for Lamar. He's going to hit the rail, pick up $57K for his time here at Best Bet Jacksonville. Congratulations, Lamar. Nice payday.
Payday of $57K. Pay jumps are gonna skyrocket now. 20K more to third place. 77,000. Next player out. Pretty nice to be guaranteed 77K to send.
Next player to hit the rail takes home $77,000. That's insane.
Dustin, who's been relatively quiet, has laddered up quite significantly.
Right? For only playing about 7 hands through the whole duration of the final table, just locked up at least 77K. That strategy's not going to work anymore, though. Getting short-handed, you'll just dust it off, you know.
Yeah, you're gonna have to try to get a stack to contend with.
You're going to have to mix it up once you get down 3-handed.
But Kyle and Ben are both getting very dangerous with their chip stack.
Check 3.
Dustin gets a piece of it, leads out for 105 into about 350. Goes for about 1/3 pot. Todd says hardcore table. The remaining players never acknowledged Lamar when he left. These guys are in the zone.
Ben putting on the pressure. Like Dustin doesn't want to fold quite yet. Decides to do so. Sean, first place again, $158,000, and the Card Player Poker Tour Main Event Cup.
That cup that's a nice cup.
Pretty juicy pimp cup.
Blinds at 60K. Annie, 30K small, 60K big. Ben S running up a nice little stack here. Dustin getting a little short. Came into this final table as the chip leader. Pops a gut shot here to a straight.
Yeah, he needs to start making some moves now. Although he has laddered up to 3rd place, but if he wants to keep up with both of these 2 rock stars, he's going to have to take a stand and try to get some of these big pots. There's no worse feeling than getting pushed around on the final table.
Ben going to keep his foot on the gas here. Trying to rep that ace. Dustin's going to get out of the way, I think. Andy says, what's the percentage off the top for the taxes? I think it kind of depends on where you live. Is that right?
No, federal taxes, I think, for gambling winnings, it's actually taxed quite high. So 30% is pretty much going to be the top. Not the top, but about the medium. How much you're going to pay in taxes now, depending on your income and how much you're making towards the year. I mean, you're making less or more, that would bring it down or up. So, but you get those weird tax brackets. The more you make, the more taxes you're going to pay. All right, Dustin finally with a real hand. Pocket aces. See, I love the raise to 120 from Ben. 3-handed. Do you just limp here? I think 3-handed I would limp.
This is the first time we've seen aces all table.
He doesn't want to make it too big. He just wants to get some value out of his hand, so I would like a min click, which I think is what he goes for.
Ace-9 offsuit, still a very strong hand, 3-handed. I can't imagine Ben ever folding this.
And the best answer I would have for you as far as taxes after winning a big tournament is finding a good account.
Ben going to get off the hook here. Total air ball for the ace-9 offsuit.
250 from CD.
Sean says, not that I've ever won enough money to worry about taxes. Same, buddy. I got taxed on some jackpot winnings one time, and they got me for like 30-something%. Thanks again for sticking it out with us, guys. The $2,500 card player main event final table. We're down to the final 3. Next player out locks up $77,000. 30x buy-in. Garrett Straw, I have no idea what you're talking about the pocket king's hand. Ben S picking up a pocket pair here, 3-handed, in the big blind. Andy, that checks out. Yeah, that makes sense. I would go with that strategy also. Pocket Trey is still in the lead as 2 overs hit the board. Kyle C at the bottom of range here, pretty much. Going to have to make a move or he's going to lose with this hand at a pretty high frequency. Ben, not convinced. Looking like he might look him up here with 2 trays. Might peel one time. Ben's going to make the call. Heads up to the turn. That 10 of hearts might get the job done if Kyle fires again. Stefimo says that's a pretty good payday, $77K for 3rd place. Not bad, right? Not bad. Robert W. with a good point here in the YouTube chat. I did know this. If you are declared a professional gambler, the tax rate is significantly lower than if you are not. So if you declare like professional poker player as your job, you'll be taxed at a normal tax rate versus if you're a recreational player who just has a big payday in a tournament. We'll take a quick look at some stats after coming back from the break. As you can see, Kyle C still in the lead. Almost half of the chips in the game. Pretty sick. Ben obviously opening the most hands, but the other two not far behind him. All their PFRs in the 20s. Alan Garcia says biggest tournament score was ever 2.5K. Got to start somewhere, man. Terry says, what happened to Lamar? He got it in with an up and down straight draw and got looked up by a pair and an open ender. Pair held, and he hit the rail. Took home $57K. Got a big one brewing here. All 3 players. Oh, wow, what a flop. Look at this. Dustin H flops the straight with the straight flush redraw. Kyle C flops middle pair with the nut flush draw also. And Ben just somewhere in the middle with a bad club draw. Wow, what a hand, what a flop. The queen or the 7 of clubs would be a very, very spicy turn card. Ben's going to get out of the way. Wow, look at this flop for Dustin. Could it get any better? Flops the straight with the redraw to the absolute stones. He does put in a raise here, makes it $450 to go. Putting in about 30% of his stack. I'm sorry, about a quarter of his stack here. Wow, these guys just snapped it in there. Oh, wow, straight flush for Dustin H. 7, 8, 9, 10, jack, all clubs. Dustin H gets it in, but Kyle C makes the ace-high flush. Wow, 1 card straight flush over nut flush. Probably one of the most interesting spots we've had at a live stream final table so far.
Well, what did I miss? Did I just miss something just massively huge? What was going on?
A pretty big flop for Dustin H. Flop the straight with an open-ended straight flush draw against Kyle C's nut flush draw with a pair, and they just played for piles. Wow. And then Dustin drilled the straight flush right on the turn.
All right, I got to put the hand of the week, clip that hand. It's got to be one for the books.
Wow. That was a monster flop for both players. Ace-Jack offsuit with the ace of clubs versus Queen-9 offsuit with the 9 of clubs. just play for it all. Dustin's right back in this game now. Dustin got almost 4 million in chips after that hand. Look at that, 38.95. Kyle C took a big hit there.
Back up with the big boys. Gotta be a great feeling going three-handed to the final table, one away from heads-up poker for glory and the championship. Poker's alive, man. I'm excited. I'm excited about poker coming out of post-COVID. Everything coming back to some realm of normal.
Poker is alive and well, especially here in North Florida. Some of the things I have seen recently, some of the things that my guy Fausto and I talked about, poker is alive and very well. Pocket aces again, second time in 2 orbits for Dustin H. Justin says he's been card dead the whole final table. He's making up for it now.
Kyle gonna defend a small blind. By defending, I mean raising to 360 against pocket aces. And from Dustin, I think I limp here. String him along. He's got position.
Kyle C getting after it here with the king 5 suited, getting aggressive. Sean with a good point. If you ever want to run good, it's right now.
And there it goes. Just a flat. I like it.
Just the best starting hand in no limit hold'em. No big deal.
Pretty nice board for Dustin. Pretty awful board for Kyle. No checking. Gotta throw some bet out there. Nice sizing. I like it. 250 to go. Try to keep him interested, but Kyle gives it up. No reason to check that board, I think. I think it's better off to just bet a little.
Check out a bin S here on the 9 high board. King 10 off, still way in the lead. Playing for that big 160 up top. This is where every move matters. Blind's coming around quick, three-handed. This is where you see a lot of movement in the stacks.
Yeah, see a lot of wide range plays. No sense of waiting for premiums. You need to fight back, click back, see flops. Try to get some 3-bets through.
Kyle C out flopping the chip leader here. Makes a pair. Kings and jacks here for Kyle C. Got 93% of the equity locked up. Easy game. Sean says, am I wrong or did Kyle have almost 5 mil? Yeah, until there was that massive cooler hand, straight flush over nut flush.
You're right, but so close. Maybe you weren't watching it. What's up? Maybe you weren't for all in, but not anymore. Not room for either, but still probably nice hand.
Kyle C picking up a big one here, ace-10 offsuit as Dustin folds the king-9 off from the button, trying to protect the chip lead, I guess. Man, I think I'd be raising that hand all day. What do you think, Johnny?
Yeah.
King-9 offsuit from the button, three-handed. I guess he wants these guys to battle it out. Kyle with the limp here, with the ace-10 off. Ben gonna put in the raise. We've seen Kyle trap in this spot before with a far worse hand. Like to see what he does here with a premium hand. Top pair for Ben. Wow, Ben actually gets the best of it here.
Definitely think we're going to see a turn card here. And if it's a diamond, I feel like we're going to see even more fireworks. Big sizing from Ben, though.
Kyle got 6 outs, all the aces and the 10s. He can come runner, runner, diamond. He doesn't want it. He's going to lay it down. Ben S. Stack going to get a little bigger. Tournament final tables are very interesting, the dynamic. Sometimes it just comes down to who gets hotter later, you know? Kyle C. under the gun here, and also on the button.
C2 raised to 125.
Oh, the 10-8. We've been seeing 10-8 all night. First piles. Dustin's going to wake up with the wheel cards.
Sean says, am I wrong, or should he have re-raised pre-flop three-handed with ace-10 off? In that spot, you want to have some strong hands in your limp range. Your limp call range can't only be your weak hands. So I get why he did it, why he played it that way. Both players checking one pair of hands. This is interesting.
C2 bets 140.
Dustin's going to call here with what is now third pair. Kyle C going to get the check mark. All the 9-10s get there. Just about everything else misses.
A showdown value. Checking, always good. Kyle gonna take a little from the chip leader.
Like Johnny said, not only are these guys playing for 160K, they're playing for that big Crystal Card Player Poker Tour trophy. Cup. Trophy in the shape of a cup.
Cup that's shaped like a trophy.
C3 raised to 120.
I'm seeing a lot of pocket pairs from Ben.
AC folds.
It's nice to run good and get good cards. Run good, play good.
Sean says ace-10 is pretty strong three-handed. I agree, but like I said, you can't. If you're going to do some combination of limping, you should have some strong hands in your limp call range.
Yeah, but you also don't want to be punting with ace-10 either, so
Right.
be weary. Speaking about ace-10.
Dustin H going to open this hand. Kyle C in the small blind with 6 trays suited. Oh, wow. Look at Ben S just waiting with the ace-king offsuit. $80K to Ben.
It's not going to be 80K. It's going to be north of 400, 300, 375.
C3 raised. 480.
Even bigger. 480 to go.
Ben S trying to play for stacks here, I think.
Ace-10 too good to fold.
Dustin quickly calls.
480.
Should clarify.
Heads up.
Both players miss the flop. Ben misses it a little better.
Pot's over a million chips.
Wow. Looks like Ben's nothing is going to get the check mark over Dustin's nothing. Both of them think they have showdown value. Ben's got a little more showdown value. He's going to show ace king. Pick up a quick 500.
Okay. I know what anyway. It's my fault. I should have clarified. It's my job.
Some discrepancy about Ben's bet sizing there, I think. You heard it. Kirk the Cooler in the box says blinds are up 40-80. Let's go.
Price of poker has just jumped up.
40-minute levels here in this Card Player Poker Tour. Thank you to everyone that came out and played an event. Thank you to everyone that came out and jumped in the cash games. You guys made for an awesome weekend here at Best Bet Jacksonville.
Dude, we are always busy.
We're always busy. People don't know till they come and they go. And not only are we always busy, but the games are always good.
Well, we're only 72 hands in.
I watched somebody play a $1,400 pot at 2-2 the other day. King in the window for Dustin H here. Ajax says, when will be the next tournament series? That's going to be in August. The World Poker Tour will be in town. First time since 2019. Ben makes kings full of deuces as Dustin leads out into him. Oh, I'm sorry, Dustin makes kings full. Ben looks him up. Dustin's going to win a nice one, plus 335. Gets some of it back after that ace-10, ace-king hand. Kevin says we haven't really seen Dustin bluff too much.
The key is to bluff in small pots and not bluff in gigantor pots. Unless you're almost absolutely sure you can get through.
Yeah, you can have the little ones. I'll take the big ones. Wow, Ben picking up kings. Makes it 160, three-handed. Pocket pair versus pocket pair. Wow, look at this flop for Dustin H. Just flops top boat, no sweat.
Otherwise, it's just going to be a super cooler. I can see it. I can smell it.
You feel it coming? Oh, wow. All right, that's it. Good game. Let's play for all the chips.
GG.
Good game, Dustin.
Game's over.
Good game, Dustin.
Holy hell. You're going to watch all these chips just go right in the middle.
6 on the river.
Such a sick cooler. Well, clip this hand because this is going to be a huge highlight. Three-handed, boat versus boat.
Ben just checked back flop two like he knew it was coming. Ben just praying he's got a 4. He's got better than a 4. Wow, we've seen some sick ones tonight.
This is probably have to be the sickest. Dustin is about to lose all of his chips. Oh, Ben's got more chips than him.
It's
Dustin's going broke.
It's close, yeah. Ben has him covered, but only by like 300. Justin Miner says Kirk has no soul. Man, Kirk the cooler in the box. We should have known when we saw Kirk push in. We should have known. Cooler incoming. Dustin just with the call here. And then with the check. 1.2 in the middle. Dustin got to think he's got him, right? You got to think you're super good here.
I think
Single raised pot.
I think this is the moment where I'll use Scotty Wynn's line. Once he shifts it all in, and he tells them, if you call, it's over, baby.
You call, it's over, baby. Ben goes big here. Looks like he goes north of 800. 900? 850. Man, Kirk is the ultimate cooler of a dealer.
Yeah, you're never going to get away from this hand ever.
I mean, you have to give him some force also.
All in and con. Dustin's going to throw up in the seat.
I don't even think Ben looked at his hand. Does Ben know what a cooler this was? I don't even think Ben looked at the pocket sixes.
I think he knows, but he's just trying to keep his composure, keep it classy. He just took down one of the biggest pots of the night. And that's going to skyrocket him into 8 million chips. Playing for the trophy. Heads up action here at this Card Player Poker Tour final table.
You can't fault Dustin. He played well the whole time. I think everybody goes broke in that spot.
Yeah.
Especially even three-handed. Nobody can find a fold.
Yeah. Coolers are real and they do happen. No matter how good of a player you are, you can't fade those.
Played very well. Congratulations to Dustin, taking home $77K for this third place finish here in our Card Player $2,500 main event. Shout out to you, buddy. You played great. You just ran right into it. Ran the top into the top. The flop goes check, check, and then we just play for piles.
Sick. Well, guys, we're going to reset to heads up play, but thanks for sticking with us. It only take a couple minutes just to reset, put these players in some nice spots for the table, take some pictures. 158K in play now with two of the best players at the table.
Doing work says this is so hold'em. Good game, Dustin. Congratulations on that third place finish.
All right, guys, Dustin, let's see the chip counts. What are we looking at here?
What are we looking at heading into heads up play? We're looking at Ben with a commanding lead, almost 3-1. I'm sorry, almost 4-1 here.
So Ben with 4-1 in chips, looking just absolutely pretty.
Looks like the clock has stopped. We're going to reset these two players, get them ready for heads up play.
Yeah, I think one of the things they might be looking at now is, let's turn on the player bomb just a little bit. What do you think about chop? What do you think about, I know you don't want to chop, but I mean, I'm sure that question always kind of comes into play at this spot. Such a big pay jump here, over $53,000 difference between first and second.
If I'm Ben, I just never take the chop. You have too many chips.
But do you do like an ICM? Do you do?
I don't think an ICM wouldn't favor Kyle very much, so Kyle would never take that, you know. Kyle would get the short end of the stick in that spot, so I think, you know, I think these guys are just going to play it out. That's what I would do.
Yeah, I would agree with you too. 4-1 chips is massive.
Yeah, I don't think you can ever take a chop in this spot. Either player doesn't really make sense. I think maybe you play it out a little while, and maybe if some chips get pushed around across the table, you could talk. But at this point, doesn't make any sense for Ben. If Kyle took the ICM, you know, he'd be in bad shape. Kyle's basically free rolling right now.
Yeah, I mean, one double up, you're pretty much even, so. Oh, they're actually talking about it. Hey, let's bring up the player volume just a little bit.
That was a sick hand job. You'll like it. You'll sick.
All right, guys, looks like we're just almost ready. We're going to have to just take a couple quick photos of these two guys playing heads up now for this trophy and $158,000.
Yeah, 2.2. So you don't want to do like a chop where you
Yeah, the boss man with a good point. This is effectively a $50,000 heads-up match.
Hold on,
Second
I think
place.
they're talking.
play it out and do that. You don't want to do a chop where like we do a chip shot based on the difference between second and first. No. You'd rather play out? Yeah. 10-4.
All right, real players in the room. No chops. We're going to play it out.
It's not much more than second place. Yeah.
Pretty big troll there, Bob Zimmer. Just saying.
Yeah, I
Chops, just talking about chops, this is part of the game. So whether or not they do it or not, but it does come into play and definitely good to speak on because it does happen a lot. Not a lot of players are in these kind of circumstances to where, you know, chops are talked about. So very big part of the game.
Yeah, Bob, we have no influence over the chops or not. If the players want to chop, we allow it because it is, like Johnny said, it is part of the game, but we have no influence, you know, over it. If they want to do it, they can. If not, that's cool too. Literally doesn't matter to us.
Yeah, I think the worst thing that we can do is tell them, no, you can't chop. You have to play it out.
I think this is yours.
This is actually their money. They can do as they please. We just officiate it and make sure that nobody is getting the shaft or getting taken advantage of. Is the only time we ever do step in and say, hey, that really doesn't sound right. And this is not a $100 tournament. This is a $2,500 tournament.
Like I was saying, this is effectively a $50,000 heads-up match. Second place being 105, first place being 155, 158. Effectively a 50K grudge match. Let's get it. First hand, heads-up play. 7 deuce for Kyle C. Ben with a massive chip lead going into this heads-up match. Ray says Bob's an angry one. Yeah, I don't know what that guy's problem is. Ben takes down the first hand, a heads-up play. Ace-9 suited, pretty strong. Ray, I did see your comment earlier about the WPT satellites. What do you think, Johnny? WPT satellites main event?
All right, so we are ending our Card Player Poker Tour series. We are going to take a break from tournaments just for a little bit. Our big promotion in July is a fan favorite, so we're going to throw that in the mix. Again, Christmas in July. That will go on for about 12 days. And then after that promotion is when we start promoting for World Poker Tour. So take a look at our calendars from promotions and tournaments page. WPT makes landfall in August, so not a lot of time in between, but we'll definitely start throwing out a lot of satellites, some megas. Try to get yourself a 5K seat into the World Poker Tour.
Kyle C getting the best of this flop here. Bottom pair with Jack and Deuce suited from the big. Tricky Hunter says 400 people in the 1010 XL next month. It's possible. We're going to have to do 2 flights for that from now on.
For
1010 XL.
wait, what? Is that confirmed? No. I was about to say. 1010 XL event on the 7th. Last time we had a flood.
369 players.
That's a lot of players for a $110 buy-in.
Right? This place was a zoo. There were tournament tables everywhere.
Yeah, I think the line almost went out through the door.
Yeah, the line went to Orange Park. 5s and deuces here for Kyle C. Gets the check mark. Been hoping for a little bit of showdown value with his Queen X. No good. Kyle C takes down the second pot of this heads-up match, and Ben's going to be the button. So we kind of get him here at 5 a.m. to get a seat. Yeah, I don't know what we're going to do about that tournament because it gets so big that they play so late. You know, we got to, like, last time they played till like 3:45 in the morning. We close at 4.
Yeah, it's been typically going pretty late. We do a live stream for that event, feature the final table, so it's a long night for us too. Usually we end that tournament around 3:30, 3 or 3:30. It hasn't gotten to a point yet where we have to bag the chips and then come play the next day because we do close at 4. But it's getting there. If we get another 500-600 players, that might end up being that way.
It's gotten very close twice. It's ran till after 3:30 twice. This time, Ben with a pair of deuces.
But now Kyle with the king.
Kyle's going to lead right out. Top pair with a gut shot to the 6-high straight. And not ready to give it up just yet. Running hearts get there. The 9 of hearts comes in on the river. I imagine Kyle still fires this river card. He does lose to a couple hands, but we are heads up.
That is a very beautiful cup. I think the player who wins it should fill it with some premium beer and just chug it all.
Just dump it right on their face. Right here on the live stream. Harley Johnson, tournament director, says you have too many chips. Let me color some of those up. Ben gave a little bit back though to Kyle C. I got a feeling this is going to be a slugfest.
Yeah, definitely the caliber of player between these two individuals is pretty high.
Heads up, the old 6 deuce versus Jack deuce. This one lands in Ben's favor. Kyle C does have a deuce of clubs though for a 9 outer. Philip Berg says, are these large payouts just paid in cash or are there other options? They're actually paid out in chips. And then what you do with the chips is up to you. You can redeem the chips for cash or check. Kyle C does turn the flush with the deuce of clubs, but he can't love it. Turn goes check, check. Tricky Hunter says a big check like Happy Gilmore. Yeah, that's how I want to get paid for sure. Kyle does take that one down with the deuce of clubs. Thanks for sticking around with us for the whole stream here, guys. We're approaching hour number 4 in our Card Player Poker Tour main event final table stream.
What's that?
Yeah, I clocked at about 4.5 to 5 hours that this would finish.
Just want the fucking trophy, man.
Looks like you're going to be about right on the money.
Kyle with the jiggities.
True.
Jiggities got to look like aces heads up.
No, we win. We'll play it out. It's up to you. By even, you mean 50-50 on the remainder? So we each get 25? Yeah, we win. What's the difference again? 158, 105?
So I think they're talking about doing some kind of save.
53,000 difference. I know. Right now, yes or no? Okay. Smart man. Yeah, need about.
All right, sounds like no deal, no save. Save means they'll set aside some money and play for the rest, just so that they can bump up second place. That's for a little bit more and play for the rest, which happens quite often once the chips start getting a little bit even. So Ben here is going to defend his 10-7 of clubs. Top pair for Ben, although he doesn't know that Kyle has a pretty nice overpair. Does have some backdoor draws. small sizing from Kyle. I think this will string Ben along just a little bit. Definitely nice to see a turn here, making pick up a club draw. Maybe some straight outs. Top pair too good to fold heads up. Ben elects to decide to raise it up. Price of poker now going up 320K. Kyle has got to love this playback here. All right, Kyle in position is going to make the call. Turn card 9 of clubs, open-ended, straight flush draw for Ben. Although Kyle does hold his jack of clubs, so he can't hit the jack high, but he can hit the 10 high. Man, look at this hand. Ben does elect to check. He wants to try to see a river. Value sizing from Kyle, but not big enough to get Ben a full. Ben's 100% going to be calling this action. You could also move it in on him.
How many stacks of one of these do you have? 3?
Yeah, I think he might just do that. Such a huge draw. Top pair, open-ended straight flush draw. A bet of 390 all-in bet could get Kyle off this hand and just scoop this money, but you can always just try to flip for this. Just like Ben, doesn't like the call, wants to see that river. Deuce of diamonds does not get there. Kyle with the check mark. Ben is going to check for showdown value. I think it's okay for Kyle to check here as well. And these stacks are starting to even up.
Almost jammed. Almost jammed.
Yeah, Ben almost jammed the turn. Luckily he didn't.
Chips.
He would have definitely gotten a call from Kyle.
You're jamming 2.5 mil and then 1.3.
Yeah, that check there might have just saved him the tournament. Now it's Ben's turn to wake up with a pocket pair. Pretty awful flop for Kyle. Pretty decent flop for Ben.
I'll give you one. I had it. Oh shit, good. 160. Has he seen him poker? How that be? Sure. 7-3.
Ace 4 suited here for Ben on the button. Probably looks like aces in this spot, right?
Yep, Ben has been picking up back-to-back premiums. Back-to-back-to-back.
These guys have both been playing rock solid all day. I really think it's just going to take a massive cooler. What do you think, Johnny Pham?
I mean, we've already seen two.
We have already seen two.
Belt versus belt. Straight flush versus ace high flush.
160 is.
Ben's going to open up the ace jack suited. Oh, I'm sorry, Kyle's going to open up the queen jack suited.
There are some talks of chops and saves and ICM, but they are going to be playing for it all. These are some exciting hands. There we go. Ace jack suited versus queen jack suited.
These guys, yeah, I mean,
Top pair.
oh, wow.
Top kicker for Ben.
Game over, Kyle C.
I mean, he's way behind. He's got 3 outs.
Kiwi says, has a deal been made or are they playing for it all? I think no deal has been made. I think they're going to play for it.
Everybody in the chat says it's going in right here.
It very well might. Kyle drawing super thin. You see it up top. Drawing to a 3 outer.
Oh, no. And
Oh,
just
wow.
like that, Kyle takes the lead. I think Ben might slow down here, especially if Kyle goes over the top. What a turn.
What a turn.
Top 2 rainbow board. No, not rainbow board. Small sizing, which I do like.
It almost looks like he's trying to buy a cheap river like a block bet, you know?
Yeah.
Ben might just spaz out and go crazy here with ace jack.
I mean, a club then he could be fearful of the queen. Yeah, I don't think he's going to go too crazy. Yeah, I think it's just a bet and call here. I think this pot, after this pot, Kyle's going to overtake the chip lead.
Justin Miner says Kirk was supposed to put out the queen of clubs there for Max Payne. I think the queen of clubs comes. We play for all of it.
I don't think Kyle can check here. Only one hand really beats you. 2 milli. goes for piles. I would have liked a little more value out of it, but he bets half pot.
I kind of like it after what is perceived to be like a block bet there. You know, it almost looks like he picks up a big draw there, like a king 10 type hand or something. King 10 gets there, unfortunately, but maybe he picks up 3x of diamonds or something.
Yeah, very similar to 4-bet pre, down bet flop, pile turn.
I think I can fold, man, but like I really feel like you just like take the king queen on me or something.
Ben thinks he might be behind to the king queen. Ooh.
Oh no.
Let's go! Let's fucking go!
I see.
Oh, that guy's excited.
And now Kyle has the 4-1 chip lead now. Just like that, overtook Ben in under 10 hands.
All the comeback.
Wow, now Kyle has a commanding chip lead in this heads-up match.
I mean, you can still go either way.
It could definitely still go either way.
Ben was in the same spot, and then he lost all of his chips. Kyle's in the same spot and gained it all back. Oh, look at this. Ace, queen, king, check. We are seeing some hands, heads up. How does that happen?
This is crazy.
What is going on? Fireworks.
Let's play a big one.
Check. $160.
Everybody in the chat says they should have chopped. But no, these guys are real players. They want to play it.
You know, I think Ben was the one that was actually advocating for the chop. I think it was Kyle that didn't want to chop because he felt like he was free rolling.
Well, I think they were mostly talking about a save, so there wasn't such a big pay jump between first and second. So I think they were trying to put a little bit more money in second place and then play for like 25K or something.
I like that.
Instead of 50K.
Ben got this one locked up. As you can see, he gets the check mark there.
Ben gets a little bit back.
Thanks for sticking around with us, guys. Dustin Shocklock, Johnny Pham in the booth tonight. $2,500 main event final table. Let's take a look at the stacks real quick.
Line's 40, 80K.
Wow. Kyle C. taking a bunch of chips
You call there with ace jack?
off Ben S.
Chips heads up? I'm just asking you a question. I'm not asking for tips. Raise 160.
Kyle picking up another premium Broadway hand. Action on Ben with the Jack 5 suited.
just get a little too hot in here.
There is a big rail sweating this final table. There's probably 30 people gathered around the rail sweating, drinking, yelling.
It's like a boxing match.
Cage match. 2 men enter, 1 man leaves.
Trial by Poker Combat.
That's right.
Raise 200.
Justin Meyer says Ben is visibly frustrated. Yeah, it's tough to have him 4-1, you know, and then give it away.
Yeah, that was a pretty sick spot too.
Check.
Ben flopping top pair here. 7-4 deuce board, 9-7 offsuit. Guy with the snap fold. Ben gets some of it back, trying to get a little momentum going. Blinds are getting big. Also, we're at 40-80, going up to 50-100, next level. Wow, monster here for Ben. Ace King suited in the big blind, facing an open from the button.
I mean, you just get in there. No. Let's go 3-bet to 400, 450, 500.
I mean, Ben still has like 40 bigs, you know. He does go large. Looks like he wants to get stacks in. Kyle with the snap fold.
What is Stick Nation trying to say to me?
If the winner gets both hats on the table, or just one. Yeah, but the winner has to wear them both at the same time. He has to wear one forward and one backwards, simultaneous.
And there you go. That's the answer.
That's the answer. 2 big hands, heads up. Might play a sick one.
200 raise.
Ben's going to open it up, and Kyle just with the call here. Queen 4-4. Ben misses just a little bit harder. Kyle's ace high still in the lead. Ben picking up an open ender here. Kyle's got one of his outs in his hand. Ben's going to need a 9 or an ace. 13 outs is still a lot, though.
180.
Looks like Kyle's going to look him up here with ace high. An ace would be a nasty card. Wow. Both players got to be thinking they have a little bit of showdown value now. Kyle gets the check mark, but will he call a river bet in this spot?
Check. Check. Jump.
Kyle shows the ace high.
Antes are up this hand. Going to 100,000 ante, 50,000 small blind, 100,000 big blind. And we are scheduled to have a break at the end of the left.
All good. Just playing a little 5-10 action for 158,000.
You guys heard the man. Blinds are up. Playing 50, 100 now with a 100K ante. $50,000 heads up match.
These guys are playing super deep.
These guys are playing super deep as well. Queen 9 suited versus the Jack. Okay, let's go. Two overs hit the board. Probably going to slow down a little bit of the action. Kyle clicks it back here with Jack.
Ben might want to rep something here.
I think Ben's just going to try to get the showdown here as cheaply as possible with third pair.
Like almost hard not to try to bluff here. Checking all the streaks makes Jack's looking pretty good.
Jack's looks pretty good in this spot.
Well, it gets Ben to pay him off.
Ben not going to be happy about that one. Gets the bad news. Jacks were good the whole way.
Kyle's turn with the Queen 9. The way these guys are playing, this could go the distance.
This is definitely going to go the distance.
I remember when George went heads up for the WPT Deep Stacks, heads up play lasted a minute and a half.
Nice.
I think our final table was only like 3 hours. It was like the shortest final table ever recorded.
Kyle going to open it up here, 10-6 offsuit. Looks like Ben's going to defend here with the Queen 8 off. Oh, I'm sorry, Ben ripped it there with the Queen 8 off. Got Kyle to fold. Tough raising into the short stack. They can just, they can just punish you with those short stacks. Oh, wow. Raise, snap, all in, all in. This could be it. Playing for the big glass cup in the middle of the table. Queen 10 versus ace tray off. Wow. Ben didn't need any help, but he just flopped the joint. Nobody with a diamond. Kyle makes a queen for spite on the end. And Ben's going to get the full double. We're going to be about even. Ben's got 45. Kyle's got 55. We are back in the game. The best hand holds. Ace, tray, suit, offsuit. Just spikes 3 of a kind. Makes it look easy. Everyone's saying, let's drink out of that trophy. I like that. Ben back in the game. Now stacks are about even. Big Ben is a fighter. Like I said, man, it's tough raising into those short stacks. Raising into those short stacks, they can just punish you, make your life hell. No sweat, just right on the flop. 2 trays, bink, bink. Stella says, how deep? Both players are about 50 big blinds deep now, give or take. Andy Bernard, thank you. We appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in, man. Thanks for hanging out. Now, stacks are about even. Now we can really play some poker. Wow, big flop here for both players. Kyle flopping the nut flush draw, Ben flopping top pair. Like we said, both players pretty even in chips. Andy, again, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Chris in the YouTube chat says, what is first? First place is going to be 158,000. Second is like 105,000. So effectively, these guys are playing for $53,000. That's a lot of money. Ben's still in the lead here. One pair still good. Ben's going to click it over to Kyle C. Still with the nut flush draw. Doing work. This is the final table, correct? Yep. Kyle just putting it to him with that nut flush draw. I don't think Ben can fold here in this spot. Ben does make the call. We're heads up to the river. Obviously, we're heads up to the river. 8s and 6s for Ben. Gets the check mark. Check, check. Ben's going to win this one. Kyle C. can't believe he didn't get there. His jack was no good. Literally only drawing to the spade. Ben takes down another one. G. says Kyle guilty, getting a little tilted. Yeah, you can kind of see it in his face after he doesn't get there with the nut flush draw. Ben just keeps waking up with the better hands. Ben gonna keep the pressure on him, raising the king deuce from the button. Kyle forced to fold.
Hey, you know, I realized something.
Oh, you did?
If Ben wins this, he'd be card player Ben number 2.
Oh, card player Ben Jr.
Because Ben Diebold won the card player main a couple years ago.
Also true.
And he was pretty much nicknamed card player Ben since then.
This time Kyle C with the best hand, the ace-5 offsuit. Best hand in position. Andrew Nicholas says if you win 158K, taxes are around a 48K. I think it all depends on how you file.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be that much, especially for a professional poker player. You definitely get to write a lot of that off. I think if you win like north of 2 or 3 million, it would be that much, where it's like 45%.
I don't know all the rules. Ace high good for Kyle C. Going to get some of it back. Doing work says good luck, players. Yeah, that's right. Congratulations for making it this far. Both of these guys played very well.
Lots of friends and family on Ben's rail. I think I just took a walk out there, and they were like, I think that crowd went to like 40 deep.
Been out flopping Kyle C here. Been in there with the worst king X. Hits the board with backup spades. Tim Sharpton says no state tax in Florida. Yeah, that's correct. No state tax in Florida. My guy Run Bad swinging by the chat says taxes aren't necessarily linear. Simply winning a poker tournament does not guarantee that you will get crushed by the IRS.
Yeah, a lot of that has to attribute to having a good accountant.
One Lone Fool says, how did Fausto do? Got stuck a little bit in the streams. Won a little bit back in the cash games in the room and busted 2 tournaments.
I saw Ben give Kyle the biggest death stare I've ever seen.
Kyle just deciding to bomb this ace here as it peels off on the turn. Ben gets the check mark here, but I don't think he likes it. It doesn't really feel like it, you know.
Yeah, the heart comes out. I don't know if Cal can pull another trigger here.
Front door hearts get there. Ace on the board. Ben just happy to get the showdown. Shows him the 5. It's good.
Just like that, Ben regains the chip lead.
You guys can hear Ben's rail getting a little rowdy out there. But I mean, who wouldn't, you know? Your friend's playing for a minimum 100K, maybe more. Jeremiah says, what's the backstory on Ben? I think he just got interested in the game. I think he's a local guy, got interested in the game, and came up very fast. Went from just a small stakes 2-2 player to playing the biggest games in the room. Booked a couple tournaments along the way.
One of his first tournaments was actually the college tournament back in 2015. I think the college tournaments was like $40 buy-in. Yeah, it was a $40 buy-in for our college tournaments, and I think Ben won one of those. And click back. 6 years later, he's playing for $158K in a major tournament.